The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello chess fans and welcome to Cyprus. Today is the start of the FIDE Candidates Tournament and FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. 16 elite chess players are going to fight for the titles, including American superstars Fabiano, Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Let's go to the studio and follow the action.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show Today in Chess. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the legendary Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, wonderful to see you. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. It's unbelievable. 2 years ago it was Toronto, the candidates, and now it's Cyprus and we're here to determine the challenger. But first, Nazi, introduce the players and the candidates for this huge event.
Yes, sir. We have amazing 8 players in this event. Top seed by rating is American Hikaru Nakamura. Second, we have the veteran of the candidates, Fabiano Caruana. It's his 6th time playing the candidates.
Absolutely remarkable. And the top player from China.
Absolutely making his debut at the candidates, Wei Yi. Then we have longtime #1 from Netherlands, Anish Giri. Then aiming to challenge his countryman for the title, it's this young man, Praggnanandhaa. The youngest player in the tournament, Javokhir Sindarov from Uzbekistan, and while he might be young, he's a very dangerous player.
Absolutely.
And we have reigning European champion Matthias Blübaum from Germany, and another young, very talented player from Russia representing FIDE, Andrey Esipenko.
Let's jump into it. Round 1 pairings.
Right, today they start with Javokhir Sindarov against Andrey Esipenko, Matthias Blübaum against Wei Yi, Prag facing Anish Giri, and 2 Americans, Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura.
Lovely. And the games have been underway. Maurice, jump right into these games and tell us who has the advantage.
Well, yes, indeed, the games are underway. This exciting tournament in Cyprus, the world of chess, has been waiting for a challenger to Gukesh Dommaraju. It will be decided in the next couple of weeks, but today is when all the action starts. And let's take a look right away at the biggest pairing of the tournament so far, and it's between the top 2 seeds, both Americans, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. And they played a very interesting opening, as you see this position here after move 14. But it was back on this move, move 7, when Fabi played knight d4, and b4. Very interesting new idea in this position after takes. Pawn on d4 was poisoned for the moment. Fabi did get a good position, but it looks like Naka missed some opportunities as we now are sitting on this wild, interesting, very unusual setup right away in the opening. And now if we go to another pairing with the youngest player in the competition, Javokhir Sindarov against Andrey Esipenko. And this one, the youngster from Uzbekistan did miss a golden opportunity back in this position. It looks like a great shot to move knight to g5. You see a bishop under attack, but now suddenly giving up your knight as well. And of course, if the knight is captured, a queen shows up on h5 with tremendous pressure in this position. This would have given him a bit of an advantage, but he played a lot more solidly, and that's why we're sitting on this position you see right here. Now we jump to the pairing between Matthias Blübaum and Wei Yi, and that game between one of the lower-rated players in the competition. Not many people giving Matthias Blübaum a chance in this tournament against all the illustrious competition, especially somebody like Wei Yi, who's trying to bring the title back to China. Remember, Ding Liren had the title before losing to Gukesh, and right now they're in a very solid position. Isolated pawn, you can see right in the center of the board. It will be aimed at by white, but usually that being the only disadvantage in the position these super GMs know how to defend, probably think this one is going to end up in a draw. One that doesn't look drawish at all, though, is the game between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri. And we could jump to that game. This one started out quite oddly in a sort of Grand Prix attack deferred. You normally don't see this kind of chess. If I just go back a few moves with the move F4 in this position at this level anyway, and we saw the line go as such, and after the move A6, bishop going back to C4, traditionally where you would see the Grand Prix players like to play, and then this move F5, very enterprising pawn sack. The engines hate it. It's a bad move. But guess what? Just after a few moves, Anish decided to just donate the pawn right back. A queen landed on the E6 square, and white has had a slight advantage ever since. You see the opposite side castling happening in the position, and we could just fast forward to where we are now. A couple of trades did happen, white getting the dark square bishop, and now the move F4, and a trade on E8 has occurred, 22 moves in, and you can look at the clock times to see that Pragg is the one with the advantage here, at least in terms of time, and a bit in position as well. Pawn structure being much better for him than for his opponent. We've got some great games afoot, and we'll be covering some of the action in the ladies section as well, as this candidate is finally off and running. We're all excited.
Thank you, Maurice. Some very enterprising games. I love the starts thus far. But tell our audience why this tournament in particular is so important to these top players.
Yes, these players have been preparing for this event for months and months, because the winner of the candidates will face reigning world champion Gukesh Dommaraju. The dates and location for the 2026 World Chess Championship to be determined, but we expect it to be later this year.
Yeah, as soon as we find a challenger, and the format for the candidates.
It's an 8-player double round-robin event. Players are not allowed to offer any draws before black's 40th move. Time control is 2 hours for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with 30-second increments starting from move 41.
Let's just emphasize that time control of 120 minutes for the first 40 moves. That means there's no regulation this extra 30 seconds. And if the players mismanage their time, we could be seeing some time scrambles. And the schedule for our 14-round event.
Absolutely, players will play 14 classical games. Today is the beginning of round 1, first rest days after 4 rounds, and as you can see, they will have a total of 4 rest days.
Beyond just becoming the challenger, which is the goal, very nice prizes for this event. Tell us about the money.
Everyone's fighting for the first place, but there is a lot of money to play for as well. Minimum prize fund is 700,000 euros for this event. First place, 70,000, second place, 45, third place, 25, and in addition, 5,000 euros per half point earned.
Fantastic. And as we were coming into studio, of course, our focus was on the 2 favorites, the rating favorites at least, and here from St. Louis, definitely the American game with Fabi as white. And
so Yasser, tell our audience, why is in the first round Fabiano facing Hikaru Nakamura?
Of course, the 2 Americans, they face each other early. So the idea is to avoid any suggestion of collusion in the last round games. You don't want players from the same country playing against one another and saying, well, what result do you need? So they play as early as possible, and the same is true also for the ladies. 2 of the ladies from the same country play each other to begin the round. Now, in the game between Fabi and Hikaru, very unusual reti opening, where there was, in my opinion, a possibility for Hikaru. Round 1, you know, you're kind of feeling one another out. You don't want to take too many risks, especially as black.
And the first thing that stands out, it's D2, D4 pawns, double pawns in the center for white. We don't see that often.
For sure not. And what really stands out for me is that, well, you would like to capture them. And why not? Why did Hikaru not sacrifice, why did Hikaru not capture the pawn and sacrifice a rook? The move queen a4 is essentially forced. If your queen goes anywhere else, then I'll move the rook and I'll be a pawn up. So now the bishop is under attack, the rook is under attack, and then we have this spectacular move, b7, b6, inviting white to capture 2 rooks. And let's do it. Let's capture one of them.
Incredible, right? Just opening up both rooks to be taken, and yet...
Here's the compensation that I'm about to show. After queen d1, queen takes. Now, according to my engine, the best move for white is actually queen g4. So we'll go with the engine's first choice, which is to attack the knight before capturing the bishop.
You're still not defending the rook. You're not going knight c6.
I'm not going knight c6. I'm inviting this position. Down 2 exchanges, the engine says, well, you know what? f2, f3, preventing knight f3 is a good move, but it's only good enough for equality. You actually have to play the move f2, f4, and the engine says slightly better. But when you're at the board, and after a move like bishop c6, as white, you're saying, I'm material up, but I'm not happy. I mean, I'm looking at black, my rooks aren't developed, my rooks don't have squares. So I think that this was a possible opportunity.
It was, but as you can see, it's such a risky position. And let's not forget, this is round 1.
Round
They're
1.
Still warming up.
Exactly. They are just
warming.
warming.
The current position, Yasser.
Yes.
This last move that Fabi played, rook e1, he took almost 40 minutes before he played that.
Whoa, that's a real surprise, because when you look at this, he really must have been investigating. I would not have gone down this road myself. He must have been really, really, really tempted
to be materialistic.
But when you look at the position with the pawn on g3, and you're seeing this knight f3 check, no, you just don't want any part of this. But then he must have been thinking, okay, I'm not going to win the exchange, but do I want my rook on the c1 square?
Maybe he was also choosing which rook to put on e1, because both of them are playable.
Right.
There's some other options as well besides developing the rooks.
c5.
Maybe he's not happy with this position, right? Sometimes when an opponent takes that long of a think, it's a sign that they don't like their position.
That's a possibility, yes, that there's something that they find a little unpleasant about it. But I thought that white was actually still slightly better.
Because of the control? Why is white better? I'm trying to understand.
It's more 2 things that come out to my mind. The first is that actually, in terms of central control, I think white has a little bit more central control. Like, you might think that after this position, takes, it's balanced. It actually isn't that balanced. You can see that I'm ready to play rook e3 and rook to e1, and I'm using the extra d2 pawn. The other thing that just is a nagging feeling that after this move, the bishop on a5 is okay, but it's a little bit offsides.
I agree with that. That bishop would be much better on f6
or f8 would probably be, and f6 is fantastic, would be ideal squares. So I'm thinking after bishop b2, Fabi is going to say, okay, I've got a position, not anything spectacular or anything like that, but I've got some happy moves, rook e3, rook e1, develop some kind of an initiative and hope one day, by the way, this will be an option.
This unusual position.
Yeah.
Whose style does it fit more, in your opinion, Fabi's or Hikaru's? Hikaru, right?
For me, one of the things that I think Hikaru does unbelievably well is he navigates chaotic positions just as good, if not better, than anybody I've ever seen, and that's saying a lot. I mean, he enjoys that. Not to say that Fabi's completely out of, or no. You don't get to be such a great player as Fabi without being able to navigate chaotic positions as well. But for me, Fabi really is extraordinarily good and technically proficient in positions that we all are familiar with. Chaos favors Hikaru, if ever so slightly.
Let's not forget, Fabiano plays a lot of classical tournaments all year long.
Yes.
Hikaru is considered to be a bit rusty. He focuses more playing on fast-paced time controls.
He does.
So do you think Fabiano's choice of the opening to create this kind of chaos, unusual position, and play for a win round one is because of that, to put pressure on Hikaru since he's a bit rusty compared to the other players?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of legitimacy in that, and this idea that, hey, if your opponent is rusty, jump on him as early as possible. So there is something to be said for that. Now, on the other hand, you might say, too, that, you know, Fabi's choice of knight f3 and g3 and c4 is a little soft. I did want to just speak about the opening choice for just a moment. Knight f3, d5, c4. It's considered that d5, d4 right away
The most critical
is absolutely most critical. And you end up playing some unusual lines with b2, b4, for example. And what Hikaru did is he went e7, e6, g3, and only now did he play d4 in order to discourage b4 because his bishops developed. Now the crazy part is after bishop g2, knight c6, castles, bishop c5, you'd almost expect that very, very shortly you're going to be seeing e5. But then you've played e6 and e5.
Right.
So you're playing a Benoni, a tempo down to begin with, and you're losing another tempo. So you'd almost expect Fabi to play d3, knight a3. Pardon me, that was a knight coming to a3 and knight c2. But no, none of this happened, and instead they got this very unusual...
Yes, I heard that knight takes d4 was the novelty. It's
Knight
already
takes
a new
d4.
position so early in this game. Knight takes d4.
It's a novelty. So I guess in the
Isn't
past...
d4 was played before, or maybe e takes d...
In the past, they may have just been deciding, okay, I will play for... There'll be the fight. We will fight over control over the d4 square. I can imagine knight a4 also... Oh, sorry, in the positions that there was a knight. So knight takes d4, knight takes d4, b4. It's definitely a new approach, a very different approach than what I'm used to. Maurice, sorry to only have concentrated on this game, but when the two favorites are matched up, you know, you got to pay attention. Over to you.
No need to apologize at all, Yaz. Of course, we need to pay attention to that big dog game between the two top U.S. players and two top seeds in the tournament, most importantly. But there's one game that is transpiring right now that it looks as though will soon end in a draw. And take a look at the game with Matthias Blübaum and Chinese superstar Wei Yi. By the way, Matthias Blübaum, we should point out the first player since Robert Hübner, Yasser, you remember Robert Hübner, of course, to qualify from Germany for the candidates. And so it's a bit of a surprise because he has his countryman who is just simply Vincent Kreimer, who's simply one of the best players on the planet, who everybody would have anticipated. He's a big surprise. A lot of support he's getting from the German Federation, the government, and fans as well. And he is, again, a dark horse here. But take a look at the position as I just go with a move. He played rook to d2 here, and Wei Yi captured, and now g takes on f3. And black, we were talking about the isolated pawn sitting on the d5 square. Yes, this pawn is certainly weak. But now suddenly white's king position is compromised as this capture did get played. And black has a very good move here to impress upon white that it's time to stop the game. And that move would be queen to d7, sacrificing a rook. Yes, well, not quite. Of course, if you take the rook, then queen g4 check and queen f3, and there's nothing you can do about the repetition of moves, and you sign the papers. Can white avoid this? Well, I'm going to go back to this position after queen to d7. White could, if he really felt rambunctious, play this move, rook after d1, rook e6, and take this pawn. But this position may be equal according to the engine, but it may not be the kind of risk you want to take after rook f6, you need to play a move like f4, which weakens your king, or e4, allowing queen takes on h2. And right about here, it's not clear to me at all that white is trying to win this game. White might be trying to lose this position. So it seems as though, if Wei Yi plays queen d7, we should see the first game of the candidates conclude in a very quick draw.
Wow, queen d7 at first blush does look good, but when you go right down that primrose path, Maurice, I'm going to throw it right back at you. That final position was because I thought that white, Matthias, may have an advantage there in that final position you were showing us with the move rook d8. Maurice,
This position, you mean rook d8?
Yeah, if you could go take it away, that queen d7 move, you went queen d7, rook d1.
Well, I have it here on my screen, so
Yes.
if you want to pull it up, okay, here we go.
Yeah, and rook d8. Because at first blush, you're right. You know, what is my king doing on e2? But actually, it is behind a nice pawn shield.
It is indeed, but so is Black's. I mean, Black has a couple of moves. Black, for example, could trade and play king here.
And queen c8.
And queen c8, simply drop the queen back. And yeah, you can flush me out, but your f3 pawn is looking kind of tenderoni right now.
It's true.
Right around here, you probably think, you know what, I need to trade queens and get out of this one. So yes, you do get a little bit of a whisper of play, maybe, but you're not fooling Black. Black needs not be scared in this position at all. And it is white who will try to just calm the temperature, lower the temperature in this position. So I think we're going to see a draw. Let's see if we can take a look here. There are no moves at the moment. He can also, we should point out that Black can play a bit more enterprising fashion with the move rook to h4 in this position. He might just avoid the play and say, let's just keep going here. And you can play in this fashion as white, winning a pawn. But I'm not sure you're going to be happy in a position like this one, maybe queen f6, queen d5. This is probably something that the engine is saying equal. I think that we would all say, let's get out of here and not play this kind of interesting chess to start out, because there's no proof for Black in this position that he's trying to play for a win. So I think we're going to see the line play itself out. After g takes on f3, we're waiting right now to see queen d7. And I think that Wei Yi will be quite content getting out of this position, saying, okay, draw with the Black pieces in round one, not a problem. This is a marathon, not a sprint after all.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And I'm looking at a game between our two youngest players, Sindarov and Esipenko. And this is actually a kind of a funny position that the players have achieved right here, right now, is at first blush, I kind of like white's position, you know, because you've got this kind of bind in the center. And then on the second, you know, you kind of start looking, and you realize that the bishop on e5 is kind of trapped.
It looks like a great bishop, but it's trapped.
Yeah, it's sort of like you want to use the open e-file, you want to use the e5 square, but the bishop is in the way. Now, if Black just kind of neutralizes and goes like moves like rook e8 and bishop f8 and says to white, well, how are you going to exploit?
Right, and yes, sir. So it's 4 pawns against 3 on the king side, but
Right.
it's doubled pawns for white.
Precisely.
Can take advantage. On the queen side, however, Black is 4 versus 3 split pawns.
Right,
Esipenko can really gain a lot of space on the queen side and create a pass pawn.
exactly.
Starting to like Black here.
That's the thing is you're absolutely right that after b4 c3 you can create a pass pawn, and white is going to have to prove himself. Let's take a quick snapshot of this young man.
Javokhir Sindarov, the youngest player in the event. He's only 20 years old. His FIDE rating is 2745. As you can see, he's already world rank number 12, and he qualified to this event by winning the 2025 FIDE World Cup.
When you look at the world ranking at 12th, and you see him 20 years old, that means he's rising like a meteor, right? Because you're literally starting at 0 20 years later, you're 12th in the world.
Incredible.
And his opponent?
And here is Andrey Esipenko. He is 24 years old, also a very young player. He lost some FIDE rating. I know he was over 2,700. His world rank is currently 32, and he also qualified from the FIDE World Cup by finishing third.
I've met him and saw him growing up as a young man. I think he is really underestimated. Absolutely, he is capable. Yes. All of these players are incredibly capable, but when they're that young, it seems like they're just improving leaps and bounds every day. Maurice, over to you.
Staying with this exact same game, we mentioned in the Open that there was an opportunity missed by the youngster. Well, they're both youngsters, but the youngest player in the competition from Uzbekistan, that is Javokhir Sindarov. And here we go. This position had been seen before. And in 8 games, Black played the move bishop to g4. And that is a standard move in this position. Actually, Matthias Blübaum was on the white side of this position himself. His opponent played the move a6, and he went on to win that game. But this exact position right here, right now, had been seen. And only one time was the move knight h5 ever played. And this was all the way back in 1988, mind you. Helgi Olafsson, another player I know you know, Yaz, playing against a 2,300 player in this position. And Olafsson said, okay, no problem. I'm going to play the move bishop to e5, as Sindarov did in this game. And then the move f6 is exactly what his opponent played. This is, again, we're going back 38 years to 1988. And what did Olafsson play in this position? He played bishop back. Excuse me. In this position, actually, Olafsson played the move that is the crusher, knight to g5. In this exact position, knight to g5, a big-time move. I don't know whether or not Javokhir saw this move and decided, maybe it's a little risky. Why would my opponent play this way right away in the candidates round 1? Maybe there's a trap being set for me. But this move, according to the engine, is well approved. A fantastic move. It is attacking the knight, as you can see. If you just take on g5 here, after fg5, let me just get back to the game in this position here and just go back to the analysis. After f6, knight g5, if f takes g5, then queen takes, you can stop the threat to h7 with this move. Of course, don't play g6 because goodbye, good night, Irene. But bishop f5, we take, and you can see the weaker pawn structure that Black has in this position. The pawn on g5 is not great. The pawn on d5 is not great. White is for choice here without any question. But the question is, what might have scared him off? And there is a possibility that he saw g6 and said, why am I in this position at all? Am I not worse here? And the big question is, was this preparation or not? Because the move knight h7, a fantastic shot in the position, undermining the entire king side, was possible. Of course, king takes runs immediately into death after queen takes on h5 because of the pin of the bishop. So knight takes h7, and now when you take, then bishop takes on g6, completely eviscerating the king side, but you have sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns. Is it enough? The knight is hanging now. The knight can drop back to f6 or even g7. Let's play knight here. And here is where the engine says, don't take the rook, take the knight, and then bring your queen over to the sector. And any defense is going to be tricky. You can't play queen e7. Well, you could, but you're worried about your d5 square in this position. The position gets chaotic, and there's a lot of calculation that is necessary. And I think Javokhir said, I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's preparation. This is round 1 of the candidates. I don't want to take this chance. Let me just play a solid move and get a solid position in game 1 and not just go down some crazy, risky, sacrificial ideas. And so now we go to the live position here. And as you mentioned, this bishop on e5, boy, it's planted there, but it has nowhere to go. How do you even get it out so that you can plant anything else on the e-file properly? Maybe Black is the one who's thinking, all right, I'm pretty safe right now. Did he dodge a bullet, guys?
Yeah, I do for sure. That knight g5 and knight takes h7, that looks
Terrifying.
incredibly promising. Yeah, it's actually kind of confusing because the lines aren't that difficult to calculate, and maybe
There's something clear that
missed
Javokhir
opportunity.
did not like about knight g5. Of course, he saw this line.
Sure.
And after g6, I'm sure he spotted knight h7.
Exactly. It's easy because you got to go queen h5 and bishop takes g6. But something scared him off. I'm looking at the game between Matthias and Wei Yi. Wei Yi played the move queen d7. And yeah, once you see that move and once you see queen h3 and you kind of go, okay, call it the day, take the rook, I think a perpetual check. And that would be
our first result of the day.
Yeah.
Can Matthias, let's say
Yes.
he thinks he's better here, doesn't want to take the draw yet, what could he try?
This very line that Maurice was mentioning, I found myself actually drawn to this line because at first blush, I thought, okay, my king on e2 is actually really in a pocket. And I thought, for example, queen takes h2, rook d8 would be very promising for white. But you don't take. You first introduce the move rook f6. Now the crazy part about rook f6 is it makes room for your king. So you can go king h7, king g6. So when I played the move e4 and I got to this position, now with the inclusion of rook f8, it made all the difference in the world because my intention of playing queen to c8. Now remember, if your rook was on g6, how much stronger this would have been. My pawn would have been on.
But now the king has an escape square on g6, and black seems to be doing completely fine. It's white who needs to make a draw here, right?
Exactly.
And we do expect, in this case, Bluebaum to not take any risks. And here's a little snapshot of him. He's 28 years old, FIDE rating 2698, currently world number 32. And he qualified for the candidates by finishing second in FIDE Grand Swiss. He's also reigning European champion.
Very, very impressive resume. We want to know who's going to win.
Do we?
Yes, I do. I am absolutely on pins and needles. And we do have our statistician, Ben Underwood.
Yes, we're going to take a look at our pie charts. I know the whole world is making predictions, Yasser. I've seen so many different...
and I've read about it.
Me too.
But
we do have
Ben is the ultimate authority here, and
I think
here we go.
every prediction agrees that Fabiano and Hikaru are the top two.
And this one agrees.
Let's take a look. Caruana is at 28.2%. That's very nice. Hikaru at 16.2%. Now this is surprising. Sindarov, who is the youngest, it's his first time playing here, is third at 14.7%.
Right.
That's incredible.
Now, Ben Underwood, the man who developed the algorithm, who created this chart, says this is dumb. Prague at 10%? This algorithm is terrible. Hey, wait a minute. I was the one who made it. It's based on 15,000 tournament simulations, though. So something... Why Prague, who dominated 2025, is...
Well, actually, it does favor the last year's tournaments, and Prague had a terrible year in 2025. He had a couple of years where he was winning every event, and then last year, big setback.
Well, he won Tata, he won Bucharest, so
he lost a lot of rating.
Yeah, but he did lose a lot of rating.
Sindarov, however, as we mentioned earlier, big rising star. He's been just winning and winning. I feel kind of unstoppable at the moment.
Maurice, was that projection, did it fit your dance card?
Well, the top two players, yes. I mean, it's kind of obvious based on rating, based on experience as well. You would say, yeah, they are the favorites on paper. Nakamura himself said there are no favorites, actually. He thinks the top 6 players in the tournament by rating all have essentially an equal chance. And it's all about, according to him, just staying there and being in it near the end. It's critical to recognize that the best scores you can think of making in this event, the one that, well, has stood up over the last several candidates, is the score +4. That is 4 more wins than losses. And that would mean out of 14 rounds, you just need 4 wins and 10 draws. You do that, you're in. 5 for sure. That is what you're after. So if you could pick up a couple of wins in the first 7 rounds, be there, steal something maybe in that middle-ish 8 to 11 rounds, and then maybe grab a win at the very end. +4 will win it most likely. +3 has actually won it as well, even more frequently than +4. So those are the numbers those players are looking for, and these players can pull it off. All those players what we've seen in this competition, the Wei Yis, the Praggnanandhas, for sure, Sindarov if he gets on a run, and of course the top 2 seeds. And don't forget about Anish Giri, although a lot of people call him the draw master, but Giri has been playing well himself, and you can expect that he will be looking for a run as well. But in the individual matchup right now between Pragg and Giri, Giri finds himself in a world of trouble. This line, as we take a look at the board, this line that he played and has allowed himself to have these pawn weaknesses, we can see them. The pawn on f4 may look strong, but it is isolated on f4. There's that h7 pawn that looks bad. This d6 pawn is not so bad. Hopefully it'll go to d5 one day, though not right now. But certainly on the king side, there are weaknesses. And Praggnanandhaa said, you know what, with those weaknesses, let's go for an endgame. I want to trade off pieces. I want to trade off majors, and let's trade these off as well. I want to play against your soft pawns. Giri said, I'm not liking the way this endgame looks. Let me keep some dynamism on the board. And Pragg says, no, I insist. We're playing an endgame, and I'm going to make sure you have no attacking chances, and all you're doing is defending your weaknesses. After a trade on e6, king to c7, and now knight to g5. Wait, I don't think that's live. Okay, so knight g5 is what I was analyzing, and this move is quite a dangerous move. If Pragg plays this move, softening up that, well, very directly attacking that pawn on h7 and saying, you want to push it? No, your knight on g6 is hanging. This will be a problematic defense for Giri in this position. Giri has to look out. Pragg, if he could win the first game, this is the kind of thing you want to do. Start off strong, get the wind behind your back, and just coast forward. And it looks as though, nope, he's still, yes, indeed, he has played the move knight to g5. Praggnanandhaa, imagine what is almost impossible to imagine 15, 20 years ago. Anand, when he was reigning supreme as champ, yes, but now potentially 2 Indian players playing for the world title? Only the Soviets used to do that back in the day.
That's a very, very good point, absolutely. But let's take a look at this young man.
He's only 20 years old. His world rank is 13, and as we mentioned earlier, he lost rating. He was 2765. Very impressive young man. He won the 2025 FIDE circuit. That's how he qualified for these candidates, and it's not his first time. He also played in Toronto.
Wow, 20 years young. That's just amazing. The 2 20-year-olds. You're right. This is his second.
And could I point out, guys, could I point out as well, imagine Pragg plays Gukesh. The sum total of their ages would be 39. I mean, that's obviously the youngest pairing in history. And when you think about somebody like Hikaru being 38 right now, that would be a sick matchup. The youth movement will have certainly arrived in chess if that happens.
Wow, and just to thinking of Botvinnik as world champion in his 40s. Flashback, apologies again, Fabiano versus Hikaru. Not a huge development, but after the move c7, c5, which is more or less where we stopped, I said, look, I still have, I favor white. I like the move bishop b2 because I think that Fabi's bishop on b2 is...
Bishop did its job on a3. It's not doing anything anymore.
Absolutely. And the potential of this bishop is really great. Now, there's also...
Knight stuck in the way, right? 2 knights, actually.
Yeah. Also, because there is always the latent threat of d5 takes e6 and bishop takes a8, this was very expected. Rook...
Incr doesn't want to worry about that rook hanging the entire game.
Exactly. I'm just going to interrupt myself and say, guess what? The predicted draw is about to...
Yeah, we have the first result of the day. It was a draw between Matthias Blübaum and Wei Yi. They did the 3-move repetition as expected. Good result for both of them.
Well, I think even more so for Wei Yi, because again, black, you just want to kind of play solidly, and Wei Yi got exactly what he wanted.
It seemed like an easy draw, kind of a quick, easy draw is exactly how you want to start the tournament.
Now, for me, Matthias's choice, opening choice of bishop b5, I'm just not so sure that you want to give up the white pieces that easily. He never got an advantage, actually, making it putting it succinctly. Turning back to Fabi for just a moment, and again, we do have our first draw in the event. Rook to b8. So I'm sitting there saying, okay, with this offside piece on a5, how do I launch an attack? How do I drift
towards the king side,
to the king side? Yeah, it's
also, Yasser, do you think Hikaru is preparing b5 at all? Try to bring that bishop back to...
No question in my mind that would be, especially with the rook on b8, right? That would be it. But here I'm having a little bit of an issue with myself. I really like the idea of rook e3 and doubling rooks, yeah?
I've seen rook on e3 today in a different game.
Yeah.
Javokhir has the rook on e3 as well.
Exactly. But, you know, sometimes you just have to be direct.
Just go after it right away.
Queen h5, and you just say, okay, I'm targeting...
I'm looking at the king side.
I'm looking at the king side. Now, of course, a horrifying move would be knight to c2, which is not something you absolutely don't want to do.
Actually, g6, it's not immediately losing a piece.
That's remarkable. You're
Somehow,
right.
because queen h6, it
I
looks
was
like
thinking
we're
queen
still
h6.
threatening mates.
You know, it's just so bad with the...
Somehow black is okay here.
Okay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, you know, you want to go over and you know, build up your attack with moves like queen h5, rook e3, queen h5, but you're absolutely right. I think b5.
Also, I'll point out the time difference between these two players. Hikaru has twice as much time as Fabi on the board. Fabi's down to 32 minutes, which wouldn't be a concern, except, let's not forget, he doesn't get 30-second increment until he reaches move 41.
Wow.
Next 23 moves, he only has 32 minutes.
And it was this move number, just a second. It was...
Around when he played rook e1 is where he spent a lot of time.
Yeah, that was the move. So oh, sorry.
38 minutes spent on rook e1.
38 minutes. So that's where a lot of his time went. And now, again, for those joining us late, let me just say, once again, the time control is 2 hours, 120 minutes per player for the first 40 moves. No increment. The increment only jumps or begins at move 40. So if you go down and you've got 2 minutes left for the last 10 moves, you're not getting the 30 seconds. So you could have a situation where in the old days we had these time scrambles, like boom, 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 boom. And
it can easily happen here as well, because if the position is still complicated and you have to make 10 more moves in 5 minutes, it's not going to be easy.
Not
what are
at
your
all.
thoughts, Maurice?
Yes, indeed. This is definitely a tragic situation for Fabi in this case. And you don't want to be with the white pieces to start off the tournament and possibly even lose the game. And he's not had great results against Naka lately. In fact, Naka beat him in Norway chess with the black pieces when they play. That's the last major classical event that Nakamura has played in before this event. Before now, he's only played what he called Mickey Mouse events, just to get in the number of games that he needed to become the ratings qualifier of this tournament. But in terms of playing against big dog 28 and 27 50s and the like, that is typical for him, he has not played since Norway chess, and in that event, he drew Fabi with white and beat Fabi with black. A repetition of that for Fabi would be a disaster today. And note, Naka starts off this tournament with black because of the quirks of the pairing system, with the black in his first 2 games. So he gets black and then black again tomorrow. And with that, as you see there, in choosing numbers, that's just how it works. With that, to win one of your black games to start off the tournament, knowing that you'll get 2 games with white in a row later in the event, would be a spectacular start. I guarantee you Ben Underwood's numbers would flip dramatically if that happened, as this American player, the oldest player in the event, but the highest rated player in the event as well, H-Bomb, they used to call him back in the day, he would indeed send ripples throughout the entire tournament if he could win the first game with the black pieces.
Maurice, that would be definitely shocking. As again, I'm looking at the current position, the live position, and I'm seeing exactly what you were saying, Nasi, that it's a 2-to-1 time advantage. And I got to tell you, having played in these candidate tournaments, you're very aware of the clock. I mean, as much as the position, and you know when you're down on the clock, and 30 minutes is a kind of a big
Absolutely, especially
difference.
when you don't have that cushion of 30-second increment. And Maurice is talking about if Hikaru wins, this is going to be a huge surprise to everyone. It's not because of his position that we're talking about this.
No.
It's the time, right?
Time
28 minutes
becomes
for
a factor.
Fabiano in still a very complicated position. Only 1 pair of pieces, 1 pair of knights were traded.
Right.
Position's still kind of close, but it can be open with b5. I'm also thinking, Yasser, what do you think? Can black play e5?
Yes.
Just
yes.
to close up your bishop for good.
In fact, I was thinking, okay, so if I'm in Fabi's shoes, let's put it that way, I like my position.
Actually, if
You
I
do.
played a4.
Yeah, good. So I like Fabi's position. I like the fact that I feel I have more central control. And I'm looking for how to position my pieces for an attack. However, I'm looking across the board and I'm saying to myself, well, what can my opponent possibly do? Mm-hmm. And I see the counterplay has to be connected with b5. So I'm thinking, okay, I can play a2, a4, a7, a6, get on with business with rook e3, b5, and then I ask myself, well, what did I accomplish? Well, actually, I'm not a big fan of my a2 pawn. And I feel like because of my pawns being split, that I benefit myself by...
Yeah, the straights help white.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So I think I should start with the move a4 before moving on. Now, after the move a4, to your question too, is shouldn't black actually consider the move e5 and shutting me down? And I would say very much so, because the bishop on b2 kind of like, kind of crying that you didn't take on d5 and open it up. However, it does invite
F4, nice.
the move f2, f4. Yeah, you could play f6, but... let me throw it to you, Maurice.
Yes, we have been discussing in depth the candidates going on, and you might think it's only one candidate. In fact, there are 2, and the women are playing as well in Cyprus, and it is a tremendous roster indeed. And we see right at the top, Zhu Zhenhe and Tan Zhangyi, the 2 Chinese superstars, also the top seeds of the event, much like the 2 players from the United States in the open section. They are followed by Alexander Goryachkina from Russia representing FIDE, and you see later down that list, further down that list, Katerina Lagno, also from Russia representing FIDE. So you have 2 Chinese and 2 Russian players as well. At the very bottom of that list, you see the same thing. Divya Deshmukh against Vaishali, who is Praggnanandhaa's sister. So we got the siblings playing once again. They did in Toronto, and they're playing again now in this event. So we see that, and of course, we had Bibisara Assaubayeva from Kazakhstan, and a late entrance, Anna Muzychuk, in the tournament from the Ukraine after Humpy Kanero decided to controversially drop out of the event due to world events that did not make her feel perfectly safe. And that was a sad event indeed, a sad occurrence for us watching and hoping for her to be a part. Well, as it stands now, these are the pairings we have. Divya Deshmukh playing against Anna Muzychuk, Vaishali against Bibisara Assaubayeva, and very early on, the players from the same country have to play each other. But you see there the pairing of Alexander Goryachkina playing Lagno and Zhu Jin playing Tan Zhangyi. They couldn't make the Vaishali and Deshmukh pairing work out quite well, so that is where we have it. But now we have something transpiring with Goryachkina and Lagno. Note that Goryachkina played for a world championship herself. She played the world championship 5 years ago, I believe it was, against Zhu Wenjun and lost in the tie breaks in that one. So she has a lot of experience and is the highest rated Russian woman in history, 26-11, her rating at her peak. All right, let's get to the game position. We are live here. And this is the board position. And she has been thinking quite a long time, has white in this exact position. But she has what essentially is a knockout blow. She can, in this very position, play the move pawn takes pawn. She's been calculating for quite some time. And I'm not sure what the board, that says live board. Let me see
Maurice, I think she missed
They
that
actually did play moves. She missed the sequence. She made a mistake in this position. Instead of going for this variation where she would have been winning cold, takes on d5, and now after knight takes played, she in the game played knight takes e5 and has given away the majority of her advantage. She missed a straightforward tactic of rook takes on e5, a temporary exchange sack after bishop takes, suddenly the move bishop to c5, uncovering an attack by this rook on the e5 bishop, and that would have won her massive material, 2 pieces for the rook, that is, and that's just a major edge. If you don't count that as a chess player, it looks kind of small. At this level especially, your lights could be out already. And this is what she missed, unfortunately for her, but a bullet dodged by black as knight takes e5 on the board, and that's a major, major miss. That's just a 2-mover. When she sees this after the game, she's going to be kicking herself. That's basic chess. What a big miss at this level, especially, and the game goes on.
Thank you, Maurice. Both players missing that tactic is very surprising.
Well, for me as white, I think it's more understandable in the sense that the current position, she's got the split pawns. It's like she's got a nice advantage, and she's not looking for anything more. When you're black and you're sitting there going, then you really have to be, and you go, oh my gosh, I just allowed a huge tactic to for my opponent. Hikaru has actually been playing very quickly. He's been keeping the pressure on Fabi's position.
Is on the clock, not in the position, so he is really taking advantage of that, blitzing out his moves. But very sensible, logical moves. Rook b8, a6.
Exactly, and again, he is looking for the opportunity of playing b5. So the 25 minutes for Fabi, 56 minutes for Hikaru.
Yasser, in this position, making next 22 moves for Fabi in 25 minutes is not going to be simple.
And that probably explains why he just simplified the position a little bit with the move. I believe he's, let me just check. I'm going to...
Maybe Hikaru should have considered to play e5 just to keep the position closed.
Yeah, instead of a7, a6. So, to keep the position a little bit more, fight. So after a2, a4, excuse me, a6 was Hikaru's move, but he did have a chance for e5, and that would have been very intriguing. Instead, we have seen a6 captures, and the idea here is as clear as a bell. With this bishop open, you want to put your knight on d5, and once you put your knight on d5, then you can be thinking about bishop takes and trying to exploit this offside bishop. I think that was a very sensible decision. Bishop takes e6.
Bishop e6, but Hikaru could also play rook takes e6. Maybe trade of one pair of rooks is not so bad for black.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But who's doing the trade? See, I look at it as, you know,
Can force me to take.
Yeah, could you do me a favor and open up the give me the?
How about I just give you the exchange? I'll leave the rook on e6.
Oh my goodness! Okay,
Yes.
I didn't see that.
Let's make some other move. Like
Random move,
some useful
h6.
move. H6, sure.
And you just kind of challenge me to.
Yes, because I'll have white squared bishop and the knight on d4. That should be sufficient compensation.
Yes, I'm not arguing. I with every
Bishop
fiber
h3
I want to
also
play.
right.
I want to play g2, g3, g2. But okay, I was actually hoping that I could coerce you into capturing my rook. Oops, excuse me, no h6. Coerce you into capturing my rook so that, okay, I mean, on a good day, I've got queen h5 and knight e4. But I liked the fact that you just left your rook hanging.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get to sacrifice it on a8, but now I have a chance to give up the second rook for that bishop.
Remarkable.
And Hikaru is considering it, because otherwise he would have blitzed out bishop e6.
I thought he was playing bishop takes e6 in a flash. Rook takes e6, I guess I could fall back on my old standby idea of rook e3 if bishop d5 isn't working, and I don't think it is.
Probably black goes with their original plan of playing b5.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of trades are going to happen on the queen side, and it
That's
looks pretty even.
that's why I thought, because of Fabi's time control, that was why
He's happy with this at the moment,
kind of like saying, okay, I didn't get anything. Maurice, over to you.
Well, it is a tale of missed opportunities. Now we're seeing yet another chance to get a real grip on the position. This is now the game between the two Chinese women, and just a big moment that must be mentioned in that game, because Zhu Zhen'er with white had a fantastic move, a fantastic position in general. She played this move, knight to g5, and this move is a novelty. Now, it had been seen queen e3 in a game between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So, and technically speaking, this is the best move in the position. The Indian gives this a slight advantage over the knight g5 move, but the beauty of knight g5 that is listed as one of the interesting moves is that you can't quite challenge this knight right away. And that is what her opponent did. She said, well, what's your knight doing there? Let me attack it. Are you going to play your knight back to h3, Bobby Fischer style? Well, the answer was no, I'm not. I'm going to play the move f4. You can have my knight. Thank you very much. If you capture it right now, then f5 lands on the board. And hello, this bishop is trapped. The knights can come back and attack it. The bishop is finding difficulties. And also this move f6 is starting to appear as well as a massive threat in the position. After f4, her opponent said, all right, I can't do anything about that. Let me move my king. And now knight to e3, addressing the bishop and suddenly waking up this bishop on the long diagonal, with the knight, of course, attacking. Her opponent was now forced to take this piece, and then f5 happened anyway. Again, we're talking about the bishop being trapped. Takes, and now bishop back. No, where are you going? I'm going to get you. White may have exposed the king, but it is white with all control over the central squares, particularly the d5 square is on lockdown. This bishop is not that great, and white is on the attack. Black decided, let me just throw this pawn here and get my knight to the middle of the board. Maybe if you take, I can play a move like g4 and hope to bring my queen over into the sector. And that move still should have been the best response. Takes on h5 and let the line play itself out. But instead, she blinked in this moment. Did Zhu Zhen'er? She played h3 instead, and her opponent didn't think twice, dropping her bishop back. And after takes and takes, suddenly the pawn structure is settled on the king side, and it is not as bad as it could have been for black. Black is now basically equal in this position. They've played several moves since, and as it turns out, black is the one who's maybe a smidgen better, having dodged a massive bullet in this game. So that's two games we've seen now in the ladies section. that could have gone a completely different direction for the players with white. They may live to regret not converting later in this tournament.
Yeah, missed opportunities happening early. Before we go on break, I'm just going to look at another look at Fabi versus Hikaru's position, because strangely, Hikaru had been playing very quickly up until this exact moment, and here he's paused, considering, I think in a blitz or bullet game, he would have played bishop takes e6, advance, a pre-move, so to speak, because with the bishop captures, you are gaining a tempo against the pawn. But much like yourself, after rook takes e6, he's probably saying to himself, you know, you're not really threatening to capture my rook. Go ahead and take it if you like. h7, h6, a challenge, a dare, if you will. And Hikaru is sitting there saying, well, maybe it's useful to recapture with the rook. And he's taken, what, maybe 7 minutes over this decision?
Seems that
so
way.
far.
Yep. He's considering it, absolutely.
As we go on break, do we have anything special for our viewers?
Yes, we're going to go on a short break, and you will see some featured players clip, and also our friend Irene Sukandar is in Cyprus, and she has some clips prepared for us. So enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
As you would expect, 10 years of the Grand Chess Tour has featured some of the most extraordinary chess and chess moments I've ever witnessed. It was 2014, the second Sinquefield Cup.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and you are watching the Sinquefield Cup live in St. Louis.
Welcome to a recap of the 2014 Sinquefield Cup, the strongest chess tournament in history.
If you were to run 15,000 tournament simulations, I don't think you would get a single one that ended in the event as it did. Fabiano Caruana did what we would call a streak. He started with a win.
Italian Fabiano Caruana, who crushed Vesely Topalov of Bulgaria in the first round,
Another.
before displaying an amazing pre-game preparation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Another.
Carlsen sacrificed a piece only to see Caruana accept it and defend coolly and rebuff his attack.
Another.
And today he crushed Levon Aronian.
I think it's a great start, but I have to stay vigilant till the end. After the first two games, I was still thinking like, okay, don't, you know, you're having a good start, don't let it get in your head.
Fabiano's playing, he's playing proper chess.
You know, I have a great record against Fabiano, so I just have to beat him, basically.
That sets up a key round 5 matchup between tournament leader Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. He is off to an epic beginning.
The openings are going well, my opponents are getting a bit, like I'm maybe getting a bit in their head.
Commentators who are asking, can this keep going on?
But it's all about fabulous Fabiano, the young Italian player winning yet another game.
He wins 5 in a row.
Couldn't have even dreamed that I would start with a perfect score. The result might not show it, but all the games have been difficult. But in any case, it's a fantastic start. I couldn't have imagined that I would do something like this. I think I didn't feel any real pressure because things were going so well that it was kind of impossible to mess up at some point. And also I had some luck on my side in certain like key moments, and just everything came together like that.
The whole of the chess world was buzzing in 6 in a row.
Well, it's Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, the Miami Dolphins' perfect season in '72, and now it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana with a 6-0 score, blitzing the field in an epic performance, one of the greatest in chess history.
I just want to play solidly the remaining games, and just keep playing normal chess.
Then I can't believe it. 7 in a row.
As Vachier-Lagrave is still making moves in this position, clearly it's over.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable. Can he keep the streak alive?
Can you believe that you're 7-0 in this kind of tournament?
Yeah, it keeps getting weirder that I keep winning, although I'm not really trying to go for anything like this. I'm just trying to play normally.
It was extraordinary. This was round 8. He's up against Magnus Carlsen, who he had previously won. It's a double round robin. Could Fabi go 8-8? 8 out of 8 perform a Bobby Fischer, win all of his games?
Even if he doesn't turn up for the last 2 games, it would be one of the great results of our time, and if he finishes in style, it will be one of the great results ever.
The end to his historic run, 7.5 out of 8. Oh man, an underachiever. Like, whoa, especially a draw against the #1 player in the world. I mean, come on.
I won the tournament, but it's still not over, and it's important to end on a high note.
He got the half a point. He's still in line for the greatest performance ever.
And a draw has been agreed. Wow.
It hasn't happened before or since. I've had like periods where things are really going well, almost everything's going well, but not to that extent that, you know, absolutely everything with almost no exception until my 8th round against Magnus, where still pretty much everything went well. It's just like you know, one, 2 moments in the game turned it into a draw. It's not like you have an ambition to get a result like that. You can't control it, and you know, if you get in that rhythm, it can happen. But I look back very fondly, of course, on all the games in that tournament. Yeah, I think it was really about everything just coming together at the right time. It's everything fit together. It was like a 1 in a billion.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable.
It would be one of the great results of our time.
Quite excited. It's of course a lot of anticipation going into the candidates. For many players, it's many months of anticipation. For some, it's a bit shorter. For some, longer. For me, it was quite a long time that I knew I would be playing. But of course, I didn't know my opponents, and I didn't know a lot of things. And now it's of course very material. Tomorrow, I know who I play, and I know it begins. So I'm quite excited to start. There's always some nerves, and you don't know what form you'll be in, of course, before any tournament. You don't know, you might start in bad form, maybe later gets better in the tournament, but all of that is still a mystery.
For this candidates, I did pretty much what I did for the last one, had a little training camp before the event. You know, I think it's more a matter of, unlike in the past, I knew well in advance that I'd be qualifying for this. I mean, I pretty much had a good idea I'd qualify as far back as Norway in June of last year, so I had more time to sort of think about the players and some of the things that I could do. So maybe I had more time to prepare, and that might play a role, but still, you know, it's just chess. You have to play and see what happens.
In general, of course, preparation has changed quite a lot from the first time I played. The chess world, especially how we approach openings, looks very, very different. So I can't even say like how we prepared in 2016. Yeah, it's nothing like now. You know, there's more challenges in some ways because people are better prepared. Also, you're better prepared. Like, you know, of course I know more, but also my opponents know a lot more, and they have access to more information. So in some ways, it does feel more difficult. To find the weakness of your opponent is harder. They have fewer weaknesses, and a bit the weaknesses are a bit more hidden, a bit deeper. Like, you have to search more for them. In 2016, I prepared a losing variation. I got on the board against Anish, and I was losing the game. So these kinds of things usually don't happen anymore. You know, both from my side, I probably won't sacrifice 4 pawns out of the opening and get a losing position, but probably also my opponents won't. What we're searching for is smaller. It's a bit more hidden. You know, just the whole scene has changed in that sense.
I think in the candidates, you have to take it round by round. It's a very unpredictable event, I think, due to the stakes. For the players, there are weird things that tend to happen. There are players who will tilt and start playing well below their rating. Case in point, of course, Ali Reza in the last couple of candidates. You know, he's someone who's very, very strong, should never really have a result that he had either in 22 or in 24. But that does happen here because it is effectively a winner-take-all. And so strange things will happen, and because of that, you know, I think to use this candidate's, any notion of, say, looking at a player like Bluebaum, for example, saying that he's the lowest rated player and, you know, he should be a target or he should be the person that you should be able to beat, I think it's just, you know, it's a mistake to look at it like that because you never know. Like, I could tilt. You never know. Anish could tilt. Like, anybody in the top half could tilt and lose a couple of games, be playing well below their level, and so it's not practical to look at it from the standpoint of say, targeting specific players and having a strategy. You just have to take game by game and see how it goes.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 1 of the candidates, And I'm going to throw it over to Maurice to take us, show us all the games and keep us updated.
Well, not much has transpired since we went on break. The players are deep in these middle games now, trying to figure out exactly what to do. One result that we do have, however, is the game between Matthias Blübaum and Wei Yi. That one ended in a very quick draw, so we have our very first result of the candidates. But let's take a look at the other games that are afoot, starting with numbers 1 and 2 in the event, Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura. And it was a time when Fabiano spent a deep think before playing rook a e1, and now it is Hikaru's turn. This capture on e6 has caused him to press pause. After all, there are 4 ways he could take on the e6 square. We're not expecting him to take with the pawn, but he is spending a long time right here, right now, and has let his much bigger time advantage dissipate somewhat. So we have what is essentially a slight advantage to white according to the engine, but not by much. We'll let him meditate on that one. We'll now go to another game between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri. In this game, Pragg made a dubious decision that has cost him some of his advantage. I'm going to go back to this moment in time. He had a really nice position here, and his best thing to do would have been to just bring his rook all the way back home. Get it out of dodge, any kind of punches, no big deal. But he decided to play some nuanced chess and put his rook on e4. And yes, the rook is pressing on the f4 pawn, but that pawn is extremely well defended. The only thing that could happen to that rook is it potentially getting kicked. And that's exactly what happened after rook to f5, sacrificing this pawn, allowing the pawn to be captured is Giri. But now he gets to play this free move, d5, that he would not have had for free. Imagine the rook's back home on e1. The knight f6 brings the knight back out into the game. But because of this move d5 and now d4, suddenly the knight on h7 is looking like it's a sheep in enemy territory. Well, it's not so easy to actually trap it, but it is self-trapped in effect. How are you going to get it into the game? Well, bishop to e1 played, and this is where we stand. He might have to play h4 and hope he can bring knight back to g5. But in the meantime, black might get some play with f3, maybe bring a knight to e5, etc. So this position is something that Pragg may be regretting the fact that he put his rook on e4, although after all, he's still up a pawn himself. But we'll see if he can make anything of it. And the next game we will go to is the game between Javokhir Sindarov and Andrey Esipenko. This position we saw very early on. Javokhir missed an opportunity, and now he has a piece, which is sometimes the first thing I've ever heard this term, maybe a paper tiger. Looks menacing, but in fact is not doing much. And it's that bishop on e5 that is dressed up with nowhere to go. Its path backwards is blocked by pawns, the pawns on d4 and f4, and forward it has nothing. It's striking essentially at nothing. You can't reinforce it. You can potentially use another piece to help it. In the meantime, it is black with those pawns on the queen side, particularly this one on c4. He's got a whole pawn chain to work with, and maybe someday he'll be able to advance these pawns. But this bishop doing not much at all, and white with not much to do is playing essentially defense despite having a more offensive position. And that's it for this round the horn to start off as we get back into the games. Tension is building as we see the clock times now approaching under 30 minutes. And remember, there's no increment until move 40. So we will see a time scramble, at least one, in this round.
Thank you, Maurice. Just had to reflect a bit there, and big shout out to our production for that 7 years, 7 in a row, the streak. It was wonderful going down memory lane, and Maurice, to see you in shape is really remarkable too. So really a real throwback there. As I see that Hikaru has just played this move, Queen d6, and the more I'm looking at the position, the more I'm feeling like is very, very balanced now. I'm seeing that b5 is going to be really taking things off, and I'm seeing a lot of trades as a likely outcome. We also prepared to go down a little bit memory lane and talk about champions, the candidates champions over the past
15 years.
Let's take a look at who has won this event over these periods.
And I believe that some of the players who are playing today were also participating in this. So since 2011, as you can see, in 2011 it was Veselin Topalov who won the candidates but lost the World Championship match to Anand. 2013, it was Boris Gelfand who won the candidates, again lost the match to Anand.
In overtime.
And then in 2014, Magnus Carlsen won the candidates, and he was the first one who defeated Vishy Anand and became the world champion.
A very, very lucky challenger, Magnus Carlsen, in 2014.
In 2016, they had a rematch. It was Vishy who won the candidates, but again lost to Magnus. 2018, it was Sergei Karyakin who won the candidates. Fabi came in second. He was very close, and Magnus retained his title.
Also in overtime.
Then in Next was 2020. That was the COVID when candidates were split in two. They played in 2020 and 2021.
It was like the longest tournament of all times, the candidates in Russia.
Should it count as one or two candidates?
They counted it as one. We're waiting for that graphic of 2020 to be uploaded.
How do we know it was Nepo who won?
Yes, he did win it.
And then he won again. Wait. Did Nepo win twice?
Yes.
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 2020 and 2022.
Right.
But years were changed because of the COVID, yes.
Exactly.
And then we had Toronto, 2024, and that was Gukesh.
And the crazy part about Gukesh, who is now the world champion, by the way, was that Gukesh was not qualified for the candidates. Here we go. We've seen Sergei. Hold on. 2018, I think it was wrong. 2018 was, of course, London, and that was where Fabi lost.
The famous game, Fabi versus Karyakin, that Sicilian.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're going to get the graphics all sorted, but I promise you it's very...
But also I want to mention that Gukesh, when he
nice.
won in Toronto, that was his first time playing the candidates.
Yes.
And it might have been first time a newcomer won the candidates. Maybe not throughout the whole history, but in the recent history for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And it was just remarkable was that Gukesh was not qualified, and he did it in December. The very last moment, he pipped past Wesley So.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and qualified and won the event, became world champion, Maurice.
You remember this guy, I don't know if you remember his name, but this guy, Magnus Carlsen?
That's the one.
I think that's his name, yeah? Okay. So that tournament, though, as a newcomer, he won the candidates, but he famously lost the last round. And it was him and Kramnik who lost the last round going into that one. So imagine if Kramnik had only drawn his game, Magnus would not have become world champion. Kramnik would have moved on. So it wasn't even a foregone conclusion in that year. We see here this continuation of past candidate winners as Nepo won in that very long event due to COVID and then lost to Carlsen. And then that's when Magnus, again, withdrew. Dinglerin qualified and ended up winning the title after all. And then, of course, Gukesh in Singapore won a very exciting event all the way down to the last game, game 14, where he won with the black pieces in that end game that shocked the world. And now Gukesh awaits the winner of this event.
Wow, and we hope it will be an American, as I'm looking at the matchup between the Americans, and once again, you're seeing it especially in the women's event where players from the same country play one another to avoid that last round or penultimate round where two country women play off against each other, and the idea of just avoiding any chances of collusion. I'm looking at this position after Queen D6 for just a quick second, and humor me for just a moment. Not that this is like the greatest shakes and I'm doing anything spectacular.
To get rid of black's best piece.
Yeah, and I'm doing it with a very clear aim. I've got one
goal in mind.
One trick. I don't know if it...
So
here's my trick.
25,
Yeah, here's my trick. and you go queen c5, right?
And I get the pawn back?
Yeah, and you get the pawn back, but you know, I've spoken about it a moment ago that this bishop on a5 looks a little forlorn.
Mm-hmm. Right, bishop d5.
No.
It's a bit uncomfortable, but looking at the pawn on d2, it's hard to believe why it has an advantage
Yeah,
here,
the bishop on a5 is offside. But I am looking at the clock nonetheless, and again, it's a 2-to-1 time advantage after queen d6, as I'm just going to...
Fabi has 20 moves to make with only 17 and a half minutes.
Well, you make the math, and it's a minute per move, right?
Less than that.
Less than that.
Is this where you start thinking, okay, let's make a draw?
Yeah, definitely bail out. And especially when I feel like the advantage doesn't even exist. Like, then I'm like, then I get nervous. Maurice, your thoughts on this position?
This position, I would say, definitely looks equal-ish, but it's another position that I am fascinated by. You know, we see so many positions. We, as commentators and as players over the years, it's just too big a number to even count. But sometimes things happen in games that you say, not sure I've seen that happen before, and if I have, it's not that frequent. I like to take a look at the game between Vaishali and Bibisara, and right now, Bibisara has a very nice position with the black pieces. You see here that white has this pawn that is backward on an open file, and black has this passer that if it ever could just jump 2 squares, the whole game is going to change. White will have to try to restrain that as much as possible. It's becoming more and more difficult. In the moment, you just played the move queen c3, attacking the bishop on the c7 square. And now black has a move queen to e7. Well, if you can double your queen and rook on a file, well, then I can double my queen and rook on a rank, even if defensively. And take a look at this. The move rook to c2 could be played here. Well, now you have the 3 majors on the c file for white, and now black could play the move rook to b7, also having 3 majors, but this time laterally. All of them focused on this bishop on the c7 square. This position would be very nice for black. Nevertheless, despite the pressure on the position, again, the potential of this pawn landing on d4 at some point, you have to be careful not to push it too soon, as the bishop might land on c5. But this knight on b2 leaves a poor impression. The bishop on e6, a power player in this position, especially if this knight moves, the bishop could leap to c4. So black is for choice here. An unusual potential sequence, to be sure. It's not every day you see a crossing point of the majors on a square, that T formation, if you will. But had these candidates, I'm sure we're going to see many more geometric curiosities.
Thank you, Maurice.
Haven't seen that. Tripled on the file, tripled on the rank, just to keep the bishop on c7.
And
if Bibi gets in d5, that's amazing. Sorry.
One more result in the women's section. I saw it was a draw between Muzychuk and who's she playing today?
Her country.
There was a draw. I quickly glanced.
She's playing against Divya.
Divya, yes. That game ended in a draw. Thank you, Maurice. So far only 2 results and 2 draws, but I think there's a good chance for a decisive game in the open section, Yasser.
Well, I'm still I'm fascinated by the slow play by Fabi. Again, he, like every single move, he's dripping 3-5 minutes on his clock, and it's time to giddy up. In this position, I have to move queen d6. I find myself, strangely enough, I've been talking about this bishop being offside, but I find myself attracted to the move bishop c3.
You just want to trade everything.
I want to stop b5.
Do you want to take with the pawn and kick the knight out?
Yes, that's precisely. I absolutely wanted to recapture with the pawn, because now the knight actually only has 1 square. You have to protect your queen because I've got this little knight f6 tactic. But then with your knight, you know, like way offside.
G4, and we should win that material, right?
That's the whole idea. That I've got this knight f6 tactic. So going back to the position after bishop...
starting to really like bishop c3, yes, sir.
Yeah, bishop c3. Going back to this position, I mean, maybe you should just drop back with the knight anyway. I don't know.
But that's an improvement for white, right? There is nothing on the diagonal.
Precisely. So I think Fabi is kind of like caught in himself, in the sense that he would probably like to play the move bishop c3 and play on, but because of his clock, he starts thinking, I should take the knight and play rook e4, which was the original idea, right, was to take.
You're right, and I think he's done it.
And finally, but again, that decision took him some...
rook e4 right after.
Yeah, it took him some time to just
he had to
reconcile.
Convince himself it's time to just trade.
Exactly. Well, maybe they do go down this path of going into this middle game with bishops of opposite colors, something like this.
This is definitely easier to play with little time on the clock.
Exactly.
For white. You can't really mess this up.
Well, you know, we have some very talented people. Yeah, I was thinking that we would play rook to d7 here.
The d2 pawn is still stands out to me. Let's say rook d8 maybe right away.
I'm actually hoping I have a threat of bishop d5. You're saying you could...
e to d8.
Rook on e to d8, bishop d5. Yay.
And I'm going to take on f1 and then take on d7. And I'll play for... I don't know if black is actually better, but, you know, 2 rooks.
2 rooks? I probably like
black has no risk here. I think Hikaru would be quite happy with this.
I think that's a very good point. I forgot about check. I'm always thinking, oh, well, gee, I've got a check in the position. Okay, hold on. No, d3 is nothing. d3 and rook a7 was my intention, but no.
No good in-between moves for white.
No, that just looks totally even.
Well, yes, while Hikaru thinks here, let's jump to Prag's game.
Because that is a game...
That's a significant advantage in this endgame.
Because, again, well, I mean, he stole a pawn in broad daylight, that pawn on h7, and white is thinking h4.
Yeah, white knight looks
g5.
trapped, but in 2 moves it will be out, and then white has a pass for h-pawn.
Absolutely. So what could black...
Now, Maurice mentioned that black would have counterplay with f3 ideas, so let's check that out.
f3... If we do it prematurely, could probably just plonk my bishop nicely.
But actually, I was thinking maybe g4. It might be aggressive, but hey, I'm up a pawn in the endgame.
No. I like it because you're rescuing your knight as well. I mean, if the rook is forced to drop back, then
the f3 pawn is overextended
as well.
Weakness as well.
Agreed. No.
Anish in serious trouble, and also on the clock. 17 minutes, but he only has 9 more moves to go.
Okay, a different approach. If we go king e6, so our intention is to play rook
h4?
to h5, right, and trap the knight. You're obliged.
You have to play h4, yes.
To play h4, and let's say I put my king nicely in the center of the board.
h5?
Oh. That is, I thought you were going to be using the square g5. Okay, h5. Have I blundered something terrible?
Hey, I still want to go g4. This move's just begging to be played.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was hoping, not telegraphing, but I was hoping to get in the move c4 with my king on d5. So I would be attacking.
That's strange. With king on d5, black should have improved his position, but it
turns out to be a tactical target, right?
Yeah.
I end up en passant, but guess what? I mean, that is still...
You can take the pawn. There's so many tactical ideas here.
Right.
H-pawn is so dangerous.
Probably going
this
backwards.
Looks very, very good for white.
Well, the extra pawn, I love it. and well, okay. Go ahead, kill me. Let's just see if I can... I'm still angling.
You're also almost checkmated on d5.
Almost. Whoa, no, I don't think c4
yes,
check is, no. Okay, I'm not threatening to take because you always have that fork. That's clear.
Let's push h6.
h6.
Because you still don't have rook h5.
Can I...
The engine didn't love that move, but...
No, somehow, and it looked kind of natural, but maybe you dropped your... The knight is stuck a little bit. Hold on. You didn't...
There's some better move here. Maybe some prophylaxis move.
Just king g2.
King g2, maybe.
Yeah. I was going to play c4 though and hope.
Okay, since you played c4, we should have played b3. Always look out for your opponent's ideas, right?
Right. Well, okay, but b3.
There's a blunder apparently. b3 looks lost. What did we blunder? What?
b3 blundered. That's hilarious.
Knight b4 maybe? No, I don't know. This is a very strange endgame. Apparently white is lost in this position.
Be serious. Wow. Now I have to challenge myself just a second. Good morning, St. Louis. Why did this move blunder the game away? This is crazy.
Not at all obvious, but engine is saying it's probably -3.
Something. Knight check? No.
It just shows how complicated this position is, and the evaluations don't really.
I was reaching for the B pawn. I was thinking I was going to play B5 and C4, but that's not the reason.
Yeah,
could it be? Wow.
Rook F7.
Maurice, help us out.
Looks like Rook F7, no?
Well, Rook F7, Knight G5.
Rook G7.
Ah, hello. Guess what? Ching, 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 ching.
I wasn't hanging before, but now it is, yes.
Yeah, suddenly there's a traffic issue. And we've got Knight F3 check in case of Bishop H4. That's a hidden tactic. That was pretty hilarious. But this is the current position. Let me just refresh my board. Pardon me.
Knight G4 played by Anish.
And just at the time I refreshed, boom, Knight G4.
I like his idea going to E3 and targeting C2.
I think that's a brilliant idea, actually.
But white can meet that with C3 as soon as you play Knight E3, correct?
Yes, but at least in that case, with the knight on E3, I do have ideas of capturing and playing rook to D4. No, I've got to worry about Knight F6 always.
So always forks when you have knights on the board.
But by the way,
you are threatening now Rook H5.
With the knight protecting. Hello.
It's important not to blunder. Praggnanandhaa to remember now to play H3.
Okay, H3, driving my knight to
E3 and then C3 or something, because now you don't have Rook H5 anymore.
Wow.
But then maybe Knight E5. Now I left the D3 pawn hanging.
It's a
very interesting endgame, and I think it's still play for 3 results because it's so easy to get the knight trapped on H7.
Yeah, in this particular case, though, probably you're kind of doing me a favor by clarifying the C file, the center. I mean, I've got this Knight F6.
Or I don't know. This is such a. Oh, you're throwing the pawn.
Well, I got Knight F6 on my agenda. Maurice, difficult endings. What's caught your eye?
Wild tactics there as Praggnanandhaa tries to navigate that position, having his knight end up on H7. He's regretting that Rook E4 move now because it allowed D5 and D4. And that is a regret for him. In the women's section, his sister is regretting her position at the moment against Bibisara Assaubayeva. And there's some hidden tactics here I've got to show you as analyzing some beautiful geometric variations that are popping up. Look at this move she's just played, A4, has Vaishali trying to solve the problem of her backward pawn on that open file. She says, I get rid of that pawn, I get my own pass pawn, and we're good to go. The problem with this move, A4, is the simple captures. And now you have a problem. If you take on A4, you allow this lineup of this skewer attacking your rook. Now, if the rook says, well, looks like I'm going to lose an exchange, let me move my rook out of the way, suddenly the move bishop to B5 says, where are you going to put that rook? Well, I do have an anchor square, it looks like, on A7. And suddenly other bishop comes into the game, bishop to B8, not only attacking the rook twice, by the way, a discovered attack on the rook on A7, but also a discovered attack on the queen. You don't see that happen very often, where one move produces 2 separate discovered attacks. Just a beautiful variation, and white is simply busted in this position because these 2 pieces are under attack. Another beautiful little bit of geometry is if instead of taking on A4, you decide, well, that wasn't my plan anyway. I want to play knight to c4, attacking your pawn on d6. Look at me ganging up on that. Well, now suddenly black has the sidestep queen to f8. And in this position, if you say, well, it still looks like a pawn, black says, oh, no, 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 no. Now I'm discovering a pin on this line, meaning that if you now take back here, guess what? Queen takes on d6, and you have just dropped massive material. If you take the queen, obviously you lose. And if you instead decide to go down this path, you're simply down an exchange and this passer on the board. Well, it's even, but still, that's a pass pawn. Black up an exchange with a completely winning position. And that is what could transpire here. I have not seen a move get played. So a4 on the board. We're waiting to see if Bibisara finds takes on a4. And this could be the decisive game in this section of the draw, the women's tournament, where we've already seen two big missed opportunities transpire. Will there be a third, or will she find this very straightforward move, B takes on a4?
Thank you, Maurice. As for those joining us late, we do have our first result.
Yes, it was a draw between Matthias Blübaum and Wei Yi. It's the first and only result so far in the open section. It was a good result for both, but as you said, Yasser, better result for the black pieces.
That's absolutely. And in the ladies section?
Also, only one game ended so far, and it was a draw between Divya Deshmukh and Anna Muzychuk. But that idea that Maurice just showed us, that would be a huge win for Bibisara with the black pieces against Vaishali.
Absolutely, but we're missed opportunities in the other games as well. Looking at the game of Fabi and Hikaru, we were mentioning that Fabi was down on the clock, almost a 2-to-1 time advantage in favor of Hikaru, but things have steered very, very clearly towards a draw in this one in the last few moves. Bishops of opposite color, middle game. Now, normally you would think that white has some smidge of something because the bishop is lined up on f7, comparatively speaking. If the bishop was on c5, pawn was on f2, black would have something, but not in this case. Rook on e1.
So sure is that equal, because I am starting to think with queen g4, h5, Fabi could keep the pressure on for a while. As long as he reaches move 40, he gets additional time and the increment, then he will press this for a long time.
Right. Okay. So Fabi has done all of the good things. He's played g3 and king g2. So let's do all of the good things for black. So Hikaru is going to
h5 right away.
h5 right away. That was my question. Did you want to go h5?
I'll play rook h1, queen g4, and
so
some hopes.
King g7, rook h1, and queen g4. And like you say, some hopes. Okay. At a certain moment, if I play g5, I assume you want to play h6?
h6, yes.
And
this is a long-term advantage now, right? Even in the rook endgame, it could be a big thing. But queen g4, queen d7, if I get my queen active, then I would be scared for black.
Exactly. Queen g4, queen g7.
Rook h4. There's so many ideas here.
Yeah, I think that walking into h5, h6 got me into trouble. I'll tell you what. Let's go g6. What did you do last time?
h5 right away.
And let me go.
Okay, should I try f4? Or start with queen g4, not sure.
Queen g4, f4?
Yeah. f4, because white king is absolutely safe. Even though you have the rook on the open file, you can...
Yeah, it was strange.
You can't do anything against my king.
Yeah, it was strange. I was kind of like angling for rook e1, but I hear you loud and clear.
Not trading.
You're not trading, and it's sort of like...
This is just game over immediately.
Exactly. It's just the attack on the f7 pawn.
Now,
so there's some venom.
Some danger is still there, and Hikaru might be thinking, oh, this is just a dead draw, and
lull him. Yeah. So maybe I have to really respect the threat of queen g4.
Maybe g6 is not a good move.
It feels like I'm just weakening my king side. Maybe I should just be playing king f8 and staying chill. Maybe just queen g4 to stop this whole queen f5 to stop queen g4.
bishop e4 temporarily, just so I can get my queen out. And then I'll still go back to d5. Will you stay on the white squares?
Well, you're still going to go queen h5.
I will.
And disturb me. Yeah, it's not that easy. Okay, so some venom in the
Maurice,
position.
over to you.
Yes, this game between Vaishali and Bibisara, I completely neglected and even misunderstood the time situation. I thought that Bibisara was the one in some kind of time pressure, but it was Vaishali who had less than a minute left in the game to play her moves. For some reason, I thought it was 35 minutes. It was 35 seconds that she had. And talk about missed opportunities as Bibisara has blown her advantage. That's 3 missed opportunities in the women's section that would have been decisive virtually in all of those games. And this game is going to end in a draw as Bibisara has played just in total blitz mode for no reason. She saw her opponent's time be that much of a deficit and decided, I just want to get out. I want to take advantage of that. But what she did is allow Vaishali to come back. I'm going to show you how. In this moment right here, we were talking about whether or not she would take the pawn. She did find the move takes on a4. And Vaishali said, I can't take that pawn because of the tactics that we showed. Now here, queen f8, sidestepping would have been the best way to play this position we mentioned. But instead, she played very quickly and played the move bishop back to d7. This is not a bad move, but after knight takes on d6 was the game, she played bishop takes d6. She could take on and should take on c6. The point being that knight c8 is not met by queen takes when you're dead lost, but in fact by moving the queen out of the way to f6. Suddenly, this knight finds itself trapped in the position. This queen g6 threat, threatening mate here, and a threat down on b1 emerges very quickly in the position, and it is black with the advantage here. Maybe not decisive, but much better than what she did, because what happened in the game, knight takes d6, and we see bishop takes, and very quickly trade. Everybody goes off the board, and it is now white's turn to play. She can go into an endgame with takes, and I think she has taken, yes, and then play bishop c1, then bring her king over with f3, and this game will very quickly go towards a draw, and we will have our second result. The games are still going on from the other games that had missed opportunities, but again, time pressure and a separate time control. We should point out that the ladies are playing a different time control that mimics the World Championship, Women's World Championship time control, 40-90 instead of 40 and 2, 40-90 with 30-second increment. With the open section, it's 40 in 2 with no increment for the first 40 moves, and only after the additional 30 minutes do you get the 30-second increment. So that is affecting time management as well, as this is the first real and true time scramble we've seen in the event.
Thank you, Maurice.
And we do have an interview with one of the players who finished their game in a draw. That's Anna Muzychuk. So let's take a look. Irene got to talk to her.
Anna, thank you for joining us today. I would like to ask you a couple of questions, like how did you feel before the tournament? How did you feel actually at the moment you realized you're going to play? What the emotions you went through?
Yeah, I'm already here, so I already kind of, forgot about the emotions I had when I realized that I have to play, and now, I'm mainly into the tournament.
But we're still we want to know, it's a very special situation. Doesn't happen that often that suddenly 5 days before the event, like 1 week before, you learn that you're going to play in the candidates tournament. So what went through your head? Let's say you were happy or you felt a lot of responsibility.
I had a lot of thoughts because, this tournament is a special tournament, and people had been preparing for it for months while I got an invitation just a few days before the tournament. So, of course, I was realizing the situation that I am kind of in a bit worse situation, but okay, it's better to be in this worse situation than not to play the tournament at all.
Exactly. So what was your mindset? Considering the fact that you learned it so late, because usually people come here only to win the event. But since you got there at the last train, did you change your mindset?
I know at some moment, I don't remember when it happened, I stopped thinking like, okay, in which form I am, like what goals I'm going to set here, like how many points I'm going to take. I think the best is just to play and to try to do your best, and yeah, whatever happens.
So you had experience playing in the candidates tournament before. What kind of conclusions did you draw from that previous experience?
Yeah, I actually played all since the system was changed, and I think, yeah, it's important to have experience because this tournament is quite special, and there are things that you can only understand when you have experience playing it. So let's hope it will help.
That's a great interview. Thank you, Anastasiya.
Yes.
Yana Muzychuk was the last addition to the candidates because of Hampi's withdrawal, so she didn't have as much time as other players to prepare, but...
I like Anastasiya since you caught the last train.
Yeah.
These last-second replacements, at a certain moment, you kind of feel like, oh, I won the lottery ticket, and you don't feel so good about it. But then you think to yourself, well, wait a minute. You know, now that I've won the lottery ticket, kind of like Gukesh did, let's make the best of my opportunity and play for first place. Good luck, Anna, in your event. As I'm looking at the game between Fabi and Hikaru, Hikaru has just played an intriguing move, the move Queen E5, and I think the idea behind the move actually is to play Queen E2 and to force the trade of the queens. But then the question I ask is...
You know what he's going to do? He's going to
just go
follow
back.
the queen wherever you go. Can you somehow avoid Queen G4? Let's say, can I go Queen G6? Oh, you're going to D7.
Yeah, I still have Queen D. I didn't see Queen F6. I thought it was kind of funny that because I thought, okay, Queen F3, you've got to defend. I thought you were going to play Rook to E7 to keep the Queen E2 idea alive.
Because now that I'm looking at it, after Queen G4, I can't keep following your queen.
So we had this strange bishops of opposite color middle game position where Hikaru's one goal is simply to trade queens, and that would absolutely nullify White's attacking potential against the pawn on F7. In my mind, I was thinking from our analysis that you would like to play H5, Rook H1, Rook H4, Rook F4. Okay. So now Queen F3,
Queen E2, right?
Queen F3. I thought you were going to play Rook E7 just to defend.
But now H5 still.
Right.
Yes.
And I
I
feel
really like Fabi's position.
He's pressing.
He absolutely is, and he only needs to make 12 moves. Okay, not only, that's a lot of moves to make in 11 minutes, but those moves come in very easily, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to think too much.
Now, you said Queen F6, and that completely threw me off track. So what was the idea behind Queen F6?
I thought I was going to play Queen G6 and make you go back.
Right, but I'm not going...
Because I'm also attacking D3, but you have... Actually, Queen takes D4 is hanging. Bishop C5. I'm not... Maybe this is what Hikaru is thinking. He did take a long time before he played Queen E5.
Right. That is important as we see the players' clock times get a little closer to one another's. Maurice, jump in.
Well, we have an exciting development, or at least a huge development, in the game between Javokhir Sindarov and Andrey Esipenko. And Javokhir is now down to 634. He's got to make 12 moves. And his attack that he hoped for has not worked out, so he's playing full-fledged defense in this position. And we should go back a few moves let's go back to here. And it looks pretty clumped up in the middle of the board. These two bishops on squares, you say, well, they don't look that exciting. Why should we have any hopes with black necessarily? Well, those pieces don't have to sit there. And we're going to show you in slow motion how they actually leave the file. First, the bishop going to F7, and then the other bishop leaping to B4, chasing the queen. And now those two bishops look like completely different creatures. That's how bishops roll. They are so quick to just jump to squares. And now we see A4 trying to liquidate on that side, but black said, you can go right ahead, make those trades. I still have a majority and a potential passed pawn coming in the game. But now take a look. Bishop to D1, a very defensive move. And here, more patience could have been essayed with bishop to b6. Okay, that's not very concrete, however. Instead, a very concrete decision of giving up the light squared bishop with bishop takes on f3. Now, the engine actually does not like this move at all, but the point is, after queen takes, by the way, don't take with your rook and get hit in the face with the move knight takes on d4. But it is after this move queen takes on f3 possible to play bishop down to d2, and after rook e2 to play c3. Now we have a very interesting situation where the bishop on d2 is protected by the pawn on c3. This bishop doesn't necessarily have anywhere to go itself, with this bishop on e5 also having nowhere to go. How often do you see this happen in chess? But this pawn is the real question. Can it get any further? Somehow a knight b4 idea, c2 idea. Seems kind of hard to execute with rook takes on d2 being always possible. What a weird, and I mean very weird, chess position we have in front of us. And maybe, in fact, it's just equal after all. But strange, guys. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. Bishops prominently placed in the opponent's position, but having no way back home just by themselves and with no support even in the position as well. Very, very strange, but it looks like this may be the candidate of strange things. Hopefully more to come as we go on from round one and beyond.
Thank you, Maurice. I agree. It's not usual that you see the bishop on e5 stuck, the bishop on d2 stuck, which raised the question for me, which is, instead of getting the piece stuck, how about the move bishop b6?
Also, the strangest part was that at the end it's just equal.
Yeah.
How is that equal?
Well, that's a crazy. Every time I analyze with engines, that's why I hate analyzing with engines.
But what if I go rook a6 here?
Right, rook a6, and I slurp a pawn.
Knight d4 is with a tempo.
Right, that was the whole intention. But why would he capture on f3 and not play? You know. I'm sure he's playing for bishop d2.
Also, the time trouble is 6.5 minutes for next 12 moves. Javokhir must be feeling the pressure by now.
Yeah, I'm sure he's playing. Andrey is playing for this passed pawn on c3. It's a crazy position, Maurice.
It is crazy, and in fact, there's more to your line after knight takes d4. That's huge, because if rook a6, as you pointed out, knight takes d4 is not necessarily a smashing move. After queen to h5, you have to be careful right now. In fact, Black has only one move to equalize the position and be actually slightly worse, and that is to sack the exchange. Why is that? Well, your bishop is under attack, and that's the bishop, that's the linchpin holding the knight together. If you make some casual move, for example, like bishop to c5, let me get my bishop out of the way, suddenly rook from a1 to a6 to h6 sacrifices itself, threatening mate in one, and you can't touch it because of queen g6 with mate coming on the next move. So this move, knight takes d4, again, like I said, a potential howler because your bishop is currently hanging. Again, bishop to a7 won't help because of the rook sack. Your bishop is frozen on the square, and it's the key piece holding the position together. A move like queen to b7 would actually allow takes, and gift me this knight, because suddenly an attack. We're seeing a lot of discoveries in this round. The attack on the rook, as we see here, white will end up a piece ahead. So this position is very tricky indeed. And let's get to the live position. He still has not yet moved. I think he's trying to figure out if he should play bishop d2. He may not be liking this move anymore because his bishop looks just as stuck as his opponent's after the c3 move. But hopefully, for his sake, he doesn't fall back on this move and then see rook a6 land on the board. Also, by the way, bishop takes d4 is possible, hitting a rook, but rook takes c6 once more. We get into exchange sacrifice lines because bishop takes e3 is met by rook to c7. Nice intermezzo, hitting the queen, maintaining the attack on the bishop. So a lot could happen in the next few moves, guys. A lot. They have to be very careful. 6:34 for Sindarov with 12 more moves needing for him to be played, and Andrey Esipenko with 15 minutes. This one is going to time pressure, and potentially a crazy blunder could happen that decides it all.
Yeah, wow, so many tactics in that game. Thank you, Maurice. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
I'm sure when Andrey played the move bishop takes f3, he wanted to follow it up with the move bishop bishop to d2, rook to e2, c3. And again, when you have a protected pass pawn, or at least the potential of protected pass pawn on c3, only 2 squares away from promotion, you've got to feel that's
You're
great,
doing something right,
that
right?
this is really right. It's just the strange offside
and I feel like that will be sacrificed sooner or later. Rook takes d2 will happen.
Right.
Yeah, this is a very strange game. Very strange position.
I would say 3-result game, and I would probably sacrifice the exchange right away, by the way, and queen to d3. One game where we felt players had the advantage throughout, and that was the game of Pragg versus Anish. Let's jump to that game and see if Pragg has, well,
he got the knight
using his extra pawn.
The knight is on g5 in the current position.
Okay, so when we left
we guess the moves. h3, c3 happened, then h4, interesting. And now the knight is out. Can black take on h4 and get the pawn back? Or is there some tactic?
A woman after my own heart. Now, let's have a look. Knight takes.
I think Pragg is planning knight e6 and going after a new extra pawn, either c5 or f4.
I like it. It's a double attack. I like it very much.
These are kind of misplaced. I'm not loving this for Anish.
No, I mean, that's
also the clock. I just noticed 2.5 minutes.
To 17.
5 moves.
Nobody plays well under time trouble. I do think Anish is a really, really gifted player. But if he has a particular sore spot, I don't think he plays that great when they're under time trouble. There were some players.
Maybe Hikaru.
Hikaru is one of them, most definitely. And Walter Sean Brown was great under time trouble. But knight e6, and I'm thinking Anish is in trouble in this one. I'm sure when
moment. But if he does survive this, it will feel like he won the game.
Oh, without question. Whenever you get into these positions where you're saving a bad position, you're happy. Maurice, this is looking really, really good for Pragg.
Yeah, I want to leave it on your board as we see the clock ticking inexorably down. He has played knight f6, realizing that he could not grab that pawn right away, or else he would be in trouble. And so he has ducked out and played this move. But if you've got to play a move like this one, you know there's trouble. Few moves to play, and rook e6 looks...
Isn't it winning material right away?
Quite strong in this position.
Well, there's no...
Well, rook g5, rook f6, you have rook g4.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but this pawn is alive.
Yeah, we push. Now, this looks very scary.
That is a devastating, and we talked about time pressure. That is the kind of thing that happens when you're in time pressure, is you panic, realizing one line doesn't work, you play another line that you hope is better, but rook e6 is a winning move. Just cold cut winning. Pragg with plenty of time. Absolutely zero need to rush. Just calculate from this moment. It's only going to be move 37 for him. So 4 moves, 16 minutes, and you stare down the move rook to e6, and you say, exactly what do you do here? Right. I'm threatening straight a piece that cannot be defended, and it can't move because there's a knight sitting on the other side. And if you go down this line and I take, you have to defend your piece. And now, whoa, a very fast H-pawn, significantly, since H-pawn knights hate fighting against H-pawns. And you move your knight, this pawn could just keep galloping down the board. Don't even worry about this tactic. Nobody cares, because if you take on E1, we will be able to actually take. This is a long bit of analysis, however, that he will have to check out and recognize that he is indeed winning this position. This is probably where we would end up, I will say. There's a very strong chance, given this moment, knight e5, that he'll realize I can just keep advancing in exactly this position and allow for this trade to happen and the loss of the pawn on g2, equalizing material. I'm going to say there's a better than 70% chance that this is the position we will see in the next several moves.
And Maurice, what is the engine evaluation? How winning is this for white?
Completely winning, apparently. Although I think some of us would doubt that white is simply winning so easily, given the king position. But I think the problem is this king is going to end up going this way and then going charging up the board. And once that happens, with a move like a rook on b6, pawn on a5, all that's going to be quite problematic. Black's king is frozen, protecting these pawns in this sector, and white's, on the meantime, just still has a giant h-pawn, quite a crushing pawn in this endgame. Anish in big, big trouble.
Thank you,
Maurice.
Maurice.
And rook e6 was played by Pragg.
Well, you know it.
Wow.
You're sitting there with the knight on g5, and you're thinking to yourself, if I can play the
I thought he would
rook
take
e6.
more time because he has a huge time advantage on the clock, 14 minutes, and this is such a critical moment. But he's so good at calculating. I'm sure he knows all these lines Maurice just showed. He calculated fast and goes for it. Can you imagine how excited he feels right now that he has this chance?
Oh yeah, no, heart beating twice as fast. But yeah, he sees this opportunity, like you say, calculates it right through, and that rook ending for me was easy. That's a walk in the park with the h-pawn already on h6. You're about to play rook b6.
I was only concerned about white's king being cut off on the first, but can't argue with the engine saying it's +3. Must be an easy win.
Exactly. So again, we've been looking at this particular line, and it's super straightforward. Is the problem is we get to this position, and the rook drops.
I guess it's because black king is also cut off. That's why it's easy. Because if black king was on e5 or was active and good, then I would say it's not easy to win.
It depends. If I've got my rook on b6, okay, and then I put my pawn on a5, so I've got h6 anchored, I got the rook anchored, I'll go king g1 and just drive the rook away. But the question for me was b5, right? Now,
rook a6, right, wins a pawn.
Well...
And then h7. Let's show that.
Well, wait. So you go here. Okay, I take.
You take. h7.
h7.
And I want to play rook a8, the famous tactical idea.
So, okay, king.
Rook a8.
Rook a8. And so I'm threatening the queen. And if I take, now you skewer. Nice.
That's the winning idea. And if you play a3 instead of king c7, here a3.
a3.
Sorry, h7 first for white.
h7, yeah.
a3. Is that a distraction, or do you still win with rook a8? Oh, you just take. Just take then, do the same
But maybe
thing.
rook a8 also. Rook a8, a2, rook takes a2.
Oh, nice, nice.
Nice. Very, very good. So we think this is winning position. Let me just
Yasser, let's
check
go
the live
back to
board.
Fabiano's game because he has a huge advantage on the board right now.
Fabi does.
Absolutely. Close to winning.
Well, he's done everything. Well, he got everything. He got an active queen, white, pardon me. Fabi, when we left it, bishops opposite colors.
He was just improving his position one
active
at a
queen.
time.
The only thing that Hikaru has in his favor is that this rook on f1 is not active. But somehow, from the current position, he
took over the e-file.
Exactly.
Which is huge.
And he's got an active queen as well.
It's 3 active pieces versus 3 passive pieces, so it doesn't even matter that it's opposite color bishops.
Whoa.
White's advantage is huge.
Yeah.
And the time is not such a big difference anymore, 4 minutes versus 8, with only 4 moves to go.
And they made move 36. And wait a minute. You just said the magic words. 3 active pieces versus 3 passive pieces, but I'd really emphasize the differences of the bishops. So as I see it, rook e4, rook f4 is just 1. Like, there's just nothing to do. I'm pressing against f7. Rook e4, rook f4. Queen f5.
Just going for the mate.
So the only thing I can imagine to keep Hikaru.
But here your entire kingside collapses.
Excuse
Take
me.
and queen
G7. G7.
Wow. Hikaru in huge trouble.
Huge trouble. He really slipped badly to allow.
I think
and I think we just had rook d8 on the
Fabi's
board.
play in this opposite color bishop game.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, okay. So here, Fabi has a delightful choice between queen f5, which
Do you think Fabi should just make moves that don't change the position much right now and reach move 40 to gain time? Because he's down to 2.5 minutes. He shouldn't be looking for a win right now, right?
You know, it's funny.
I
know that it was this Karpovian method of
queen f5. Come on, queen f5. What are you talking?
It wasn't played. Queen e4 was played.
Oh, he could have. But queen f5 was such a crusher.
Yeah, this looks like a real boss move. You'd almost be forcing king to go back to g8.
Well, he played queen e4 first, and after king g8, now went queen f5.
Okay, sorry. Excuse me. I'm just going to click my live board. Okay, so it was queen e4, king g8.
Queen f5 now.
Queen f5.
Queen d7.
Okay, wait. So we've got, again, a delightful...
Like a checkmate, right?
Yeah, it almost looks like a
But
checkmate.
It's not. Hikaru would be happy to trade the queens. It's still unpleasant, but I think it's much worse with the queens on the board.
Yes, I mean...
I think Fabi will just drop back queen e4 or queen f3, just repeat once. Not really repeating, but
keeping the position, as you would
reaching
say.
move 40, and then figuring out how to convert his advantage.
You know, it's strange. I would be looking at this
Very tempting.
Yes.
Check, forcing g6.
Right.
Oh, taking rook e6?
Yes, this is where I would be tempted.
Rook e6.
Well...
You can take with the bishop, but it's maybe not ideal. Fabi did refuse a trade of queens.
Okay.
He went queen f3, and one more move to go until the time control.
So queen f3. So he's inviting rook e8?
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6. Oh my gosh, Maurice! What a opportunity / turnaround for Fabi.
Yes, indeed, and we're seeing it's like juggling, things going back and forth. You see this kind of thing happen in tennis a lot. As one side you think had the advantage, and suddenly everything turns around. But let's take a look at this position as Prague is going down the primrose path as well. So we might see actually 2 victories in this event. And I'm noticing my board is telling me that another game might have some intrigue as well. But this one we did state, as we see now, h5 on the board, knight to e5 played, and it's the money move, play the pawn down and go for that rook ending, which is definitely very easily won. That king being cut off on the back row in this position is so temporary, and this is the main point, that here, this king, it looks cut off, but the problem is this rook is frozen to that pawn. And because of it, this king is not really cut off. It's an optical illusion that's easy to think for a moment until you realize, oh, just keep playing a few more moves, king g1 will happen, and then the king will march up the board. And so white has all the advantages, and this king could appear somewhere like here or here very quickly. Here especially would be devastating. Put a rook on g6, the game is over. So that is that position. The other position is Javokhir, and oh my goodness, what we thought could happen has indeed happened. He did blunder with bishop to b6.
Oh, this is Javokhir's game.
Yes.
Look at that. He did play, as we said, he didn't like bishop to d2 in that funny position, and suddenly queen h5, and he had to stare down this position and realize that he was in fact in trouble and had to sacrifice the exchange, and hope now that this position he can hold together after queen to c6, and it is a white to move. But guess what? The time pressure is enormous. Ooh. It's 251 to 408. They have to make 9 moves, no increment at all. This is super exciting. What a big moment. The move being suggested, though, as the main move here is bishop to f3. That's a hard move to play, to just give up your light squared bishop in this position, even though queen takes does hit this pawn. We're going down to the most dramatic moment in this tournament so far. A big time pressure moment. I know we were supposed to go on break, director, but this would be a bad time to leave this action. And I'm hearing the break has indeed been canceled, because these next, 6 minutes could decide the fate of round one. And we might see as many as 3 victories, guys.
Wow.
That
round
is
one.
remarkable, because after the tepid first draw that we saw between Matthias and Wei Yi, suddenly the tournament just blowed up.
It's all fireworks.
In the first round. I did see, by the way, that Fabi did make his 40th move. Mm-hmm. He played the move rook e5, and frankly, this position is just lost. You can go back to your old chess books, Michael Botvinnik telling us that in bishops of opposite color positions, the player who's attacking is a piece up. And that's exactly what we're seeing, is that Fabi is a piece up at the moment. And his next move is rook f5. So I'm seeing a positional masterpiece by Fabi now unfolding. And we've got tactics. Let's go to that
All
game.
3 games absolutely heating up. If we jump back to Javokhir's game,
yes,
now he's absolutely winning. It's just about the clock. 2.5 minutes for both of these players for next 8 moves, Yasser.
Right. And
how do you even calculate? There's so many options. It's not.
The crazy part is, I know our chess engines are saying white is so much better and everything else, but as white, I'm seeing a pawn going c4, c3, c2.
So it's easier to play with black.
I'm seeing queen c5, and I'm starting to get worried about a potential f2. So I'm not feeling like I got the game under
And
control.
evaluation is +4.
Bishop a4, guys. Bishop a4 is on the board.
Bishop a4.
And the same light square advantage that Fabi has against Naka is present in this position, plus you have an exchange up. So this is very close to over, because rook to e8 is coming on the very next move. And you will be getting mated in a second. The light square advantage is huge. And like I said, he's up. He's not just the light square advantage that Fabi has. He also has an extra exchange with a very active exchange as that. So you have to be super careful if you have black here. A move, for example, if I may show on my board, the move queen to b7 could be aggressively met, queen b7, and I can show it here. Yes, queen b7 can be met by rook to e8. You want my rook? Go right ahead, take it, please, and get yourself mated in this fashion. So that is not a variation, and that's just one of the sample possibilities. Queen b7 could also apparently be met by this queen g6 move, giving up this same piece with rook e7, and thank you very much. You'll be getting your feelings hurt quite shortly. So bishop a4 played. Esipenko under a minute now. And after this move, he's played the move queen c5, hoping against hope that maybe he can get some tactics along this diagonal, except queen g6 hits the bishop and will be preparing some kind of incursion on e8, possibly e7, possibly a7, all kinds of nasties about to occur in this position. What are you supposed to do about your bishop? First of all, rook e8's the next move. It's that simple. This is a forcing line. If queen g6 is played, your bishop has to move. Rook e8 lands on the board. This is sign the papers resigns about to happen if he finds the move queen g6. Not played yet, but that is a bone cruncher waiting to happen.
Oh, incredible. And we should stay with this game because the other 2 have reached the time control, but we are looking at 3 decisive results right now.
And
how exciting.
Move
Queen g6 on the board. Javokhir found it with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
That's what I'm saying. Just a minute. And again, no increment.
No increment. And 7 moves to play for Esipenko with 45 seconds. But I think he might get mated in less than that because his position is that bad.
40 seconds counting. The bishop on b6. I was looking at bishop to d8, rook to e8, bishop to e7 and hoping.
And the second rook comes in, right?
The second rook could come in to...
Bishop a7 played.
Bishop a7 played, excuse me. Bishop a7 on the board.
30 seconds for black, 1 minute for white.
But we're anticipating rook to e8 in this case.
It's a very logical move. Your hand wants to make that move, threaten mates.
Absolutely.
Bishop's hanging on a7. 6 moves to go. Javokhir also needs to speed up. He's winning, but he needs to make the moves.
Wow. I'm seeing 42 seconds and counting versus 30 seconds. And again,
played rook e8.
That the players are used to the increment for the last, I'm going to say 20 years. And suddenly you don't have the increment.
These younger players are not used to it because they always play with 30-second increment.
They play blitz.
We have some moves. Rooks have been traded, and Javokhir repeated a check to gain time, which is, I think, a smart decision.
Of course.
Queen g6 once played. As long as he doesn't accidentally do it 3 times.
You get an extra
14 seconds.
And counting.
12 seconds.
Here we go. Is
Bishop
he supposed?
d7.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Good move.
Isn't he supposed to bring his bishop into the attack now? Bishop to d7.
But yes, sir.
Yes.
No,
And now his opponent has 12 seconds, guys. We've got to just make from 10 seconds. He's just played c3. Rook e6 is winning on the spot if he finds it.
5 seconds?
And he's repeated again.
Okay.
Smart. He's made 40 moves.
Incredible.
That's it.
Woo.
That's it. He's good. This game is now definitely over as he has nothing to worry about. He has multiple ways to win. Rook c6, rook e6. He's made the time control. He can calmly breathe, as well as all of Uzbekistan right now, and say, what is the winning blow? I'm up in exchange. His king is buck naked. I mean, there's nobody protecting that black king. Rook e6 will be an absolute bone cruncher of a light square attack, giving back the exchange if you take it, but the light squares are just all Swiss cheese, and he's going to just simply mate very directly, in fact, by taking on f5, and that will be all she wrote. We can count this one a victory for the youngest player in the competition, but clearly a boss, making himself felt in these candidates.
Absolutely. In time pressure and in that critical moment, he turned things around completely. It's very impressive play. In the current position, rook c6 also looks winning to me.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Beautiful tactical way to finish it. Rook e6, of course, winning as well. And that was so smart to repeat once, then make another move, bishop d7, then repeat again to not accidentally draw the game and reach move 40.
Yeah, you're right.
Not just smart, veteran smart.
Yes.
19-year-olds pulling off things like that. It's like, wait a second, are you 19 or 39? Like, you know how to do the right things in competitive situations. Situational awareness is what I call it, where you know in the moment, this is what I need to do. Let me take care of business. Boom, get the moves. Now I'm at move 40. All right, let me just sit back, get some water, analyze this, and take this guy out.
Yeah, absolutely. The repetition. Now, we used to do that not to gain time on the clock because we didn't have increments. We used to do that to get closer to adjournments. So you play the extra moves, and then you get to the adjournment. You can figure it out. Rook e6, rook c6, winning position for sure. I want to go back to Prague.
He's played all the best moves.
Because.
Yep, also winning.
He's going right down the primrose path. And also, Fabi, have they made time? I know Fabi made time control. This
is the game where White's win is not as obvious as in other
No, it's a
games.
positional kind of overkill. Now, it's funny. Let's just make a move for black.
Hikaru found some kind of a fortress setup.
No, that's the weird part. Like, say I play queen g6.
Yeah, no, I have to move the bishop to the other side. Bishop e5 instead of c5.
Okay. Bishop to e5. Okay. That makes sense. You want to put your bishop maybe on f6.
Just played, and Maurice over
Sorry, rook e6 has been played in the other game by Javokhir. The move is on the board. Stylish, flashy, but pretty direct and powerful. The threat of rook to e8 about to land, and there is no stopping rook e8. There's nothing physically to stop it. You can't capture the rook because you just get mated directly by force. this should be a resignation type move. Esipenko can stare at the board for a while, but we should be seeing the first decisive game of these candidates in just any second. He can only resign himself to say, what happened? How did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong? When he played this move, bishop to b6, of course, earlier, but right here, right now, there's no reason to make another move because there's no reasonable move to make. It's just that simple. Esipenko has to recognize I'm dead and I must resign because anything is just allowing my opponent to directly mate. Or, I mean, you could play queen f8. You might still get mated playing queen f8 with rook e8 landing on the board quite quickly. This is just over now.
Indeed, it is just over. And again, I'm kind of shocked by the turn of events. 3 decisive games out of 4. I mean, okay, I'm going a little bit ahead. I'm going a little bit ahead with Fabi, but
usually it's a very slow start.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Not this time.
Not this time.
They came to fight, and it's going to be white winning all 3 if things go according to the current evaluations, right?
Exactly.
Of course, things can still change. It's chess, and things can happen. I don't think in Javokhir's game anything can change, but in other 2 games, it's still play.
They're draws, by the way, in the other tournament. They're all draws.
In the women's
section? In the women's tournament, where there were plenty of opportunities for victory there. And we have 3 draws so far with Zhu Jiner and Tang Zhangyi drawing, Vaishali and Bibisara, and Divya Deshmukh and Azam Muzychuk. And it looks like the 2 FIDE reps, the Russians, are going to draw their game as well. That looks just dead to all rights. As a draw. So we will see something that we don't normally see. 4 draws in the ladies section and a bunch of victories. And Sindarov has indeed sealed the deal. The first result of these candidates has occurred. Sindarov winning that game as Esipenko resigned because he was about to get mated. Rook to e6. And the youngest player... We saw the youngest player in another competition do quite well and become world champion. Will he be joined by a fellow 19-year-old? It's a little bit early to call, but that would be absolutely crazy. 2 19-year-olds playing for the world championship title. Well, again, 13 more rounds to go. We're definitely jumping ahead. But a victory to start things off ain't bad.
Very strong start by Javokhir.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Everything happened in the time
And actually,
scramble, right?
sorry guys, Sindarov just turned 23 months ago. Yeah. So he's an old man now.
20 years old. Wow. And I'm looking at the game of Prague and Anish. And again, they're going to go into that rook ending after king takes e1. Rook takes
g2. Yeah, we're going to see that rook endgame with the extra pawn for Prague in the corner with on h6. But it's not a complicated rook endgame.
It truly is not. There was one trick that it's funny, after the move b5, I was thinking that white might play b4.
After rook a6?
Pardon me, b5, a4. Oh, inviting b4, sorry. I meant to say.
That might be winning too.
Yeah.
Because my king is close enough to catch the b pawn.
Exactly.
Right on time, right?
Right. So if you go b4, I would take
and the
king d1.
King d1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there. b3, king c1.
And you're ready to go munch and back to
extra passers. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
if there is more than one way to win, it's a very easy win.
Yeah.
Let's update everyone on men's standings so far. 2 games have finished. First one was a kind of a quick draw between Matthias Blübaum and Wei Yi. And wow, what a game. Javokhir Sindarov defeats Andrey Esipenko and goes to round 2 with a +1 score.
Andrey had chances in that game as well. He could have played bishop to b2. He chose bishop b6. It was the wrong move. Prague is in a winning position against Anish. We think Fabi has a complete lock, positional lock over Hikaru. We could be seeing as many as 3 victories with the white pieces in the open section. We're going to go on break, and I'm not 100% sure if Anastasiya or Irene has something for us. I think Divi.
Yes, we have an interview with Bibisara Assaubayeva, so take a listen and we'll be right back.
Wow.
Hello, Bibisara. Thank you so much for joining us. Was the first round for you more about nerves or excitement today?
I think first time in my life it was more about nerves because it's my first experience to play in the candidates, but after the game was started, everything had become normal.
Yeah, of course. I know that you're playing for the first time, and of course it's really, really challenging. And I wonder, what was your prep before the event?
Yeah, I have some training camps with my team, and that's all.
Sounds good, but what would make this tournament a success for you personally?
Of course, winning.
So you're here only to win?
I hear some of strong players say that here have only one winner and 7 losers. It's not 100% true, but it's unpleasant to take second or third place much more than in other tournaments.
Absolutely, but short summary about your game today. A very quick one.
Yeah, I think I have good game, but in that I missed mate idea and the game was equal.
Yeah, Vaishali, of course, a very strong opponent. You played against her before. So are you satisfied with the result?
In general, it's good, I think. I played with black, but I hope I will win next games.
Yeah. We'll wish you all the best of luck, Bibisara. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're having such an exciting round one of the candidates. Let's take a look at the results so far. We had two games in the open section that finished already. First game was a draw between Matthias Blübaum and Wei Yi. But the second game, a huge win by Javokhir Sindarov against Andrey Esipenko. Absolute fireworks on the board.
And we've got Pragg and Fabi probably winning. But in the women's,
this is surprising.
yes, we expected a lot of victories.
And they all had some chances, but there's a lot of missed opportunities. And we have all draws so far. And Garyachkina and Lachno also look like a draw.
And they're heading for a draw. In the game between Fabi and Hikaru, we see some hesitation by Fabi as he played his rook to f5. Well, let's put it this way. The rook was on f5, and he's about to make a whole series of moves where the rook drops back to f3, and this is the hesitation that I was talking about. Rook f3, rook f4, and he has not made progress. Nonetheless, he's still keeping a very significant advantage in the position. I was surprised by his last turn as well, because just at this moment, I was expecting the move bishop c6, just when the rook absolutely forced to go back into f8.
Is it forced?
I thought so.
So if I go rook e5?
The d-pawn was hanging. I hope so.
Yeah.
That's where I stopped.
If I go rook e6?
And then I thought, okay, well, now I'm getting my bishop to a nicer
and then I
square.
go back to e8, and you made a free tempo move, right?
Right, I got my bishop. What is intriguing for me was that it seemed to me that Fabi originally intended to play queen.
Tickle the king on g8.
Exactly.
But maybe the king is not so bad on f8 here.
And the other problem is, well, you're going to have to play g4 if you're...
White rook needs to be on 7th rank for this to work.
Precisely. So that was why we saw rook f5, and we're up to date in the position again. Very, very nice position, Maurice, for Fabi.
It is a very nice position, but there is a critical moment in this game that we really have to point out why it is that Fabi missed what would have been virtually a decisive move. And we kind of glossed over it in time pressure, but there is a reason why he missed it. And here's why. He fought very long and hard to get control of the e-file. This file, so critical in this position, that he did not want to cede control of that file. And in this position, he played the move queen to e4. Now, that's a good move, and it keeps his advantage. But even more crushing, in fact, was the move queen to f5. Now, you look at it and you go, well, why would that be such a big deal? Well, the problem is, as far as Hikaru, or as far as Fabi is concerned, and Hikaru, the e-file is critical. And here, rook e8, trading off or proposing a trade of rooks would be played. And now, in order to maintain an advantage, you have to take your rook off of the file. You have to actually move away. And it looks as though black has made tremendous progress. The point here, though, is that white is intending to play queen h7. That's going to be a devastating move. Unlike when the bishop is on f6 with the g7 pawn guarded, this bishop here, the g7 pawn will be under heavy pressure. So now you ask the question, well, what if I go back and stop you? Well, the problem is you can't stop the queen from getting to h7. And again, there's nothing on this square. You could play a move like queen e5 defending, but now comes check. And when the king moves, now the rook comes in a different way. This is a straight attack coming at black with this move here and here. The rook has somehow, instead of going through e4 to f4 to f5, it has gone to h1 to h4 to f4 to f5, and that will indeed be crushing completely. You have to find those geometrics, those nuances in time pressure. Fabi did not, and instead played a very logical queen to e4 that restrained the ability to play rook e8. And that is why he is now in this position, not being able to ever get in that maneuver of bishop and queen on the diagonal that would be decisive. As you see here, black is not worried about it, and Fabi has to re-win the game all over again. Still a much, much better position, but not the knockout that those precise moves would have been.
Thank you, Maurice. Big opportunity, but it's an opportunity for us. We have an interview.
We do, with the winner in the open section, Javokhir Sindarov. So let's take a look. Anastasiya interviewed him.
Javokhir, first of all, congratulations. Officially, you are the leader right now in the tournament. Nobody finished their games. So how does it feel to start playing in the candidates and start with the victory?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I was so lucky today. During the game, I was thinking, okay, it will be very hard to start the round with losing because Andrey has very good position and he has like more than 20 minutes probably. And I was thinking, okay, I need to do something because I'm always like love to defend my positions and I'm trying to do some tricks I was thinking move bishop d1 and I was thinking like if you took bishop on f3 and queen f3 bishop e6, okay, I will lose this immediately or I will get some chances to and spaces for my pieces and yeah. And the position will be not so boring like before. So yeah, I was very happy when he took my bishop on f3. Actually, he took very fast, and then I really somehow wake up in this round and played very well in my opinion.
How important is it for you psychologically to start with this victory?
If tournament is very long, I don't know. Like any round, if you win, it will be very good. But I'm very happy to start from first round victory, and I will try to play a little bit better than first round from next rounds.
Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
Our congratulations as well. Definitely a big win.
Great start, absolutely. Yeah. And Esipenko will have a chance to recover because, as Javokhir said, it's a very long tournament.
And just from the note of the interview, I just wanted to say this is the position that Javokhir was explaining. I have it on my analysis board. He said, well, I played bishop to d1. I wasn't happy, satisfied with my position. I don't have good spaces for my pieces, but he was very happy when he saw the move bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and rook a6, and then everything went well.
You mentioned the pressure on the clock. He was down 25 minutes on the clock and was not feeling good about the position at all. So he considers himself a little bit lucky, as he said.
Right.
After bishop f3, he got a chance to fight back.
And to win a tournament like this, you need luck, as we very, very well know.
That's a big point, Yasser. Luck, we don't talk about it a lot, but luck is going to happen once or maybe even twice in this kind of event. But you need some kind of break. You can even point to somebody like, well, does Magnus need luck? Oh, sure he did. When he won the candidates, he absolutely needed luck because he lost his last round game. And just mercy came when Kramnik also lost. And he ended up winning the tournament based on those tie breaks. So luck plays a role, and the players feel that. What we don't know, though, is who is in form. And we always look for that. Who's the player who's playing well? Somebody like Nepo when he won in Madrid. Like it just like, clean it up, I win, right? End up with +4. You don't get that happening very often when somebody just cruises. And so will you see somebody show their stuff, show their ability, show their form in particular? Javokhir has not shown it yet. Yes, he got a game, he got a bit lucky. He didn't play that great, though, except when he was winning, when he played like a complete animal, a machine. But it's still to be seen if he's in the form he wants to be in that is going to take to win this kind of tournament. Somebody like Pragg, however, I have to say, the jury's still out, and of course, he's winning this game. But he's somebody you look at and say, yeah, he's from start to finish, he's been looking good in this one. And maybe even Fabi is showing a little bit of that championship-type form. Of course, it's still early rounds. We'll be able to look at it better probably after round 5, 6, and 7 to say who we think is in the peak form and can really put the foot on the gas and win this tournament.
Early days, of course, but you're right. Pragg has been playing a very good game. To
add to what Maurice said, yes, you might need 6, 7 rounds to see who is in form, but then there's another problem. They start to get tired.
Sure.
Because it's not just that they play this many games, it's the pressure of the candidates. This is the most important tournament of their life until whoever wins gets the match, right?
Yeah. I remember the post-match interview of Magnus when he played in New York against Sergey, essentially game 10. Magnus is down a point. Magnus just couldn't sleep. The entire evening, he's like looking out his bedroom, looking at the nightlife of New York beneath him, and he's just thinking, but he couldn't sleep. So you're right. Nerves, you get tired. The nerves. You get tired. But this is the position that we have between Pragg and Anish.
There's a big point, if I may jump in. Yes.
Maurice.
There's a big point to be made about that as well. Ben, our statistician Ben Underwood pointed this out. The first round matters a lot. In fact, only one player, and that was Sergei Karyakin when he won the candidates. Only one player has ever not been in the lead or tied for the lead after round one and ended up winning the tournament. In other words, you're half a point behind the leader after round one, you're finished. Now that seems highly unlikely. Like, really? The guy, okay, somebody wins round one and it's over? You want to win this tournament? The history is the player that wins eventually the tournament has been at least tied after the very first round in a 14-round event. That seems incredible, but those are the numbers.
Wow. I don't think the players are even aware of that statistic, that if you're half point behind after round one, your chances are much, much lower of winning that.
Early starts, definitely. I was saying that good to know, and again, thank you, Ben, for pointing that out to us, because it is really quite an awakening. The game between Pragg and Anish has reached a position, let me make sure, and we do have a move, by the way, by Anish, and it was rook to
H3, and Maurice mentioned earlier that White King was cut off temporarily, and he was absolutely right, as you can see, because Anish can only play with his rook because King is so passive, and now White King moves up at least one file.
Yeah, it would appear that King E2 is...
Can you go, this is kind of crazy, but could you also go to F2? Because if you take on D3, I want to go King G2. I just want to see if it's tactically working.
Just to keep the rook. Now, the rook is no longer... Yeah, that looked completely...
Well, there's rook D5 to get to H5.
D5 to get to H5.
Okay, maybe... Still have to win this. Engine says it's winning, but why did I give up a pawn for that reason? King G3, rook H5.
Yeah, that's it. You just go.
Well, it just shows that Pragg can lose a pawn here and still be winning.
Right. Personally, I would have played King E2. But if you want to win the pawn, I kind of would welcome you to it, like something like this, right?
Take the A4 pawn, right?
Yeah, like, you know, ensure. Or even H7 and King G6. But yeah, that's one way. If you wanted to lose the pawn...
I don't want to. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with King just E2 or
King
D2.
E2. Yeah, King E2 or King D2. Yeah, that looks just... wonderful.
These players, of course, don't know the evaluation. They're just looking at a rook endgame, one extra pawn. It shouldn't be this winning.
Yeah, I think that they do have the awareness, because I think for them that they're really aware that once you play rook b6 and a5, you've anchored the rook. There's no way you're coming back from this, because the white king is just going to march to the h file and win a rook. So I do think, and I think that the move rook h3, king e2, somehow Anish is connecting it with the idea that
he'll have to try something.
Yes, he's got to try something along these lines.
Pragg has played king d2 just in case, so that now if Anish plays c4, c3 pawn is protected.
Precisely. And that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I don't know why we were trying to lose a pawn.
I wasn't trying to lose a pawn. A sacrilege. No way. I was trying to keep my pawns. But again, from Anish's point of view, he's got to stir the pot. He's got to play moves like rook h2, because if you ever play a5 and rook b6, that's just resigns. In any case, with good technique, Prague will win the game. Let's jump back over to Fabiano and Hikaru for just a moment.
About good technique, Fabian, it's a very good technique to convert this. Wait, isn't
hold on, rook
f7? So I was saying that.
Wait a minute, do we need good technique anymore? Let's see. Okay. A second, rook f7.
Let's take a look. Rook f7, queen
takes f7, bishop to d5.
Rook e6.
Give me the queen. No choice. You must put the...
Play queen g4 here?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so it's a healthy extra pawn and still a better position. But we did trade rooks, so that decreases the chances, right? A little bit for a win?
Maybe not. In such positions, white can never lose.
Well, of course.
That was the Ben Larson story. No, this looked okay.
I mean, it looks terrible, but
it is.
At least the rooks are off the board. Hikaru's not worried about getting checkmated.
Maybe he is. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to go check and bishop to d5. And
no, yeah, this is a d4 pawn is also so weak, and the king is weak.
It's happened.
It happened?
Rook f7 is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So did Hikaru have to allow this? He could have played rook f8, right?
First
he
of all,
wasn't forced to allow this.
Definitely. And why is the bishop suddenly on g5?
Yeah, that was not a great idea to allow rook f7.
Wow.
If you're following our analysis, king is on f8.
But I would have definitely put the bishop back on f6, but okay. Takes and king f8. This has been played?
Yes, and queen e8 is on the board. Maybe Hikaru just thought that even if he didn't allow rook f7, the position was just lost.
I don't know, but I mean, are there really any moves anymore?
So black will put the bishop on f6 and hope for the best. How does white win?
Slowly.
Do you play for... Well, you don't want to weaken the king side, g4.
I do. I do want to play g4.
And g5, h6 or f4?
Yes. Yes, nice. That's exactly right. So just to... and the thing is, your queen can't really move, right? You don't want to allow queen e6, so like this would be instant death.
Oh yeah, black's just paralyzed in this
So
position.
You'd have to play queen e5, check, queen e8. How can I paralyze you
queen
further?
b7? Or c7? Yes, not sure.
Yeah. So here. Oof.
Do I have to play bishop d8? I don't want to.
No, that's just that's just sad. So the rook trade's fine, but losing the f7 pawn for the rook trade, that means that whenever I get my queen on e6, I'm just checkmating. So I don't see how this has improved Hikaru's surviving chances. And we're up to date with this position. Clock times?
19 minutes.
Nothing
I think this is the first time Fabiano's ahead on the clock. And also, now they don't have to worry about the time trouble. They have the 30-second increment.
Right.
No more sudden death.
Right.
Bishop d7's on the board. Fabi's playing pretty fast. I think he's confident in this position. As you said, white never loses this. And there are probably 10 different ways to figure out how to convert it.
So the story that I was referring to was that there was a Swedish Grandmaster, Stolberg, and he had a very big advantage against Bent Larsen. And he forced a bishops of opposite color ending to Stolberg, where he was a pawn up, and won the game. And Bent was miffed. He was very upset that his opponent had gone into this bishop ending where Bent thought, well, I have chances of drawing. And then after the game, Stolberg said, "But young man, don't you understand that in such positions I can never lose?" That was like, okay, I hadn't thought of it that way. I hadn't thought of it that way.
That would not make your opponent happy.
Right, I could never lose. Yeah, first of all, Fabi can never lose, and I just don't see how Hikaru could possibly draw. It's just so bad that White
it's
can...
also a type of winning position that Fabi absolutely excels at. He can grind this position for as long as it takes.
Exactly. The way I think he intends to do it is eventually he wants to have a bishop on e4, a pawn on g4, and an active queen somewhere. Put it on c7. And then there's going to be a weakness on b6. There's going to be a weakness on d4. And yes,
King is always weak.
The king is always weak. Queen a check. So
Yasser coming in, when we saw the pie chart, Fabiano had 28.2% chance of winning. After this win,
oh, it's going to be huge.
Like over 40?
Yeah. Also because this particular matchup right here, Hikaru, of the 50-odd games, classical games that they've played, Hikaru has actually had a good score against Fabi. And recently in Toronto, as well as I think it was Norway Chess, Hikaru actually won the classical matchups. And in
With the
Toronto,
black pieces as well.
Yeah. And in Toronto, in the candidates, this man, Hikaru, knocked his countryman Fabi into second place by winning against Fabi.
So both Hikaru and Fabi were very close to finishing first in Toronto. The last round they needed to win.
Yes.
But it was Gukesh who came out victorious.
By drawing with the black pieces against Hikaru and Fabi failing to win against Nepo in a winning position. Yeah.
But yes, Hikaru's back to play. They all play only for one reason. First place, to play world champion.
Exactly.
And this is, of course, not a great start for Hikaru if he loses this game, but it's a very long tournament, 13 rounds. If anyone can recover, it's Hikaru.
Definitely. So he's just played the move bishop f6, and he's kind of accepting his fate that after the move queen e6, which is very nice, you're tickling the e8 square, so you're kind of saying to the queen, don't even think about leaving your defense. And I'm tickling the b6 pawn, so if you go queen here, this is what I was talking about.
That setup.
The difference of the missing f7 pawn is so powerful that once you play bishop d5, checkmates magically appear on the f7 and g8 squares. So that's why we were thinking, and let me just refresh the board.
Everything is just so perfectly set up for White. Black can't create a passer, can't get to White's king. White has 0 weaknesses.
Yeah.
Incredible.
All right, so, okay, the one thing I can see is that we can go, oops, excuse me, queen e7.
Check, queen d8 and b7.
Queen e7.
And you're really putting Black in zugzwang.
Yeah.
I don't have any good moves.
True
play
that.
bishop e5. I think it's not blundering anything for now.
For now.
And maybe something on c7 now.
Something.
Something. Not sure which piece yet.
Maybe the bishop, just to try something.
And then I am abandoning the d4 pawn.
Yeah, eventually, right? You get to go king g2. And it's sort of like this queen, it's so powerful. It's keeping all of Black's pieces essentially pinned and kind of useless. Eventually, one of these days, I'll actually will use my extra majority on the king side by playing f4 and bishop e4 and king f3. So this one looks really, really good. I'm going to go back to Prague for just a moment.
We have a couple of checks that Anish gave with the rook. King is moving up, king e4.
I'm expecting king e4. Then I would expect c4. Just because, again, you
have to try something.
Exactly.
I will take.
Yep.
Rook
Take.
C3.
Yep.
And
King
I'm very
D4?
tempted to go to D5, but maybe just H7.
What? H7?
King F5? What's the deal? What if your king shows up over there? How are you stopping? F5, not D5.
King
Yeah, I was trying to do the
F5.
same thing with H7 and then go King F5. Yeah.
This is
Same
a rook.
ideas, yes.
Push.
Yep, same idea.
King G6.
King G6, and that's it. Black king is cut off.
Way too slow, those pawns.
Yeah. Yeah.
King was on C5, then yes, black would have drawing chances, but not with the cutoff. King on the 7th.
Agreed. 100%. And also, yeah,
Very
you're
simple.
not even playing for B5. No, this is overwhelming, in fact. Yeah.
Wow, we have 2 games left, and both of them look like very close to winning with white.
But this one looks concretely.
Concrete.
It's not even like,
100%.
oh, you can maybe hope. How does it go again? White's king is headed to G6. And anything you do about it, you're going to die some other way. King E7, for example, might be the way you would fight to try to stop that. But then all of a sudden, this move shows up. And what did you do to yourself? You're just losing a pawn, and you didn't stop anything. So this is just pure disaster. It's almost mathematical, although a big equation. But here, it's self-evident that this one is over, and he's just making moves. If he resigned after King E4, we would say, yeah, because how are you going to stop this anyway?
Yep. I agree. I think that this is really, really done. Good for Prague. I mean, I don't want to say the risk paid off, but the opening, you know, he gambited the pawn, and Anish believed him and returned the pawn right away. He could have.
Do you think that was a huge surprise to Anish, that opening choice by Prague?
Yes, I do. I think that definitely came as a surprise.
Let's take a quick look at Prague's accomplishments so far. I mean, there's so many. You could list that all day, but he's only 20 years old.
that one definitely stands out for me because he's so successful
on
at
top
20.
level already for more than a few years.
And not only that, at 20 years old with a FIDE rating of 2741, and as you mentioned, he lost about 20 rating points in the second half of 2025. So, I mean, he was in the top 10 and climbing.
He was in top 5.
Top
yes,
5
absolutely.
maybe, yeah. No, he was, that's right, yeah. No, Arjun, Gukesh,
You know, I heard the interview of Gukesh. They asked him when he watches the candidates, who would he rather challenge in November? And he said it doesn't really matter to him. It's not up to him. But he said if he had to pick, then it would be Prague, so that at least then the World Championship title would remain in India.
Would stay in India. Yeah.
And I'm sure all Indian fans feel
would
the same way.
would agree with that one. Absolutely. So we're going to go and change for ourselves the 2 favorites, rating favorites in the tournament, Fabi and Hikaru. Again, when we're talking about the pie chart and Fabi being a slight favorite over Hikaru, winning against Hikaru would just jump him way, way, way up there.
I was just trying to think of any advantages of losing today for Hikaru, and it's that he's losing to the favorite.
Yes.
But remember that Hikaru has black next round as well.
He starts with 2 black.
So he doesn't exactly go into the next games thinking, okay, I can bounce back with the white pieces. He's going to potentially be trying to equalize yet another game with black, and that will be a challenge. I mean, obviously, starting with 2 blacks is no fun. Losing the very first black game you play is, even for somebody as strong as Hikaru, going to be a tough mountain to climb. By the way, we're saying all that. The game's not quite over yet.
No.
Big disadvantage for him. But the clock time does say 12:30. And even though you get that 30-second increment, you don't want to be playing with the 30-second increment. Keep a little bit of time on the clock to think a little bit. We see here Hikaru now grasping at straws, hoping that maybe he won't lose this game. And I got to tell you something. If it's anybody who can defend a completely ugly, lost-looking position and survive, it's this man.
Yeah,
Many
that's
consider
true.
him the best defender in the world.
He is remarkable. By the way, before we finish this round, we should get in our predictions. I mean, who's going to win the tournament? Forget about Ben. Forget about the pie charts. But your gut.
Well, you know, it's
in
not
your heart of hearts.
fair to do this after we already know what's happening today.
Right, that's what I mean. We should have done it earlier.
Yes.
With,
oh, of course I'm going to pick Fabi.
Me too. But had Hikaru won this game,
or even
I would have switched and I would have picked Hikaru. I just want to tell you guys the God's honest truth.
I mean, come on, you lose with white in round one to your arch rival? Yeah, you would have picked Hikaru. You threw Fabio under the bus. But yeah, I'm going with Fabio as well to win it all. But
Barr is staying with his pick. Or before the tournament, he picked Hikaru. He's staying with his pick. In the ladies.
The numbers, by the way, say that the number one seed rarely wins this event. Let's just also make that point. Some very paradoxical numbers. And I think that's why you see those players be so cagey when they answer the question, you know, do you think you have a big edge here, percentage-wise? And they're like, no, this tournament is all about who's in form. So but I'm still sticking with Fabi.
In the ladies?
In the ladies, I'm going to go with Tan Zhongyi.
I'm going to go. I met her during the Karen's Cup, and just delightful lady, Bibisara. Bibi. Who's your pick?
I'm going to go with the number one seed here, too. I'm going to go with Zhu Jinner to get it done. I would have liked to see someone else show their form in round one, but barring anything else, Zhu Jinner is by far the highest rated, and I think that despite being young, I think she can pull it off. There's some, some kind of heart with your heart picks in this event. I think it will be really interesting to see the lowest rated player actually win the event. And then there's Divya Deshmukh as well, giving India a shot at having both titles at the same time. But no, I'm gonna go with the math.
Yeah, I mean, here in the ladies section, they're more evenly matched. You can even look at the ratings. There's not such a huge difference as we have in the Open, where the first seed and the last seed, there's over 100 points of rating difference.
Yeah, exactly. But still, the two Chinese ladies, they do stand out, rating-wise, at least. Although I agree, Tan and
is very experienced.
Close.
She's already won this before, and and today they played all draws, so hard to tell who's in good form. Let's actually tell everyone what to expect tomorrow for round 2. We'll start with the pairings for the open section. So tomorrow, Hikaru again gets the black pieces. He'll be playing against Andrey Esipenko, who suffered a big loss today.
Right.
Then we have Anish Giri facing Fabiano Caruana. Wei Yi will be playing against Praggnanandhaa. And Javokhir Sindarov. Oh, second white in a row for Javokhir.
Right.
That's a good start for him. He'll be playing Matthias Blübaum.
And if I'm Fabi's shoes, I'm thinking to myself, okay, if I win this game against Hikaru, assuming Fabi wins, and he's got Anish Giri, who just lost.
About to lose.
Yeah, that's the best
of course.
Time to play against Anish is when he's wounded. And how about in the ladies? What can we expect for round number 2 there?
See, Anna Muzychuk is facing Tan Zhongyi, Katerina Lachno against Zhu Jinner, Bibisara Assaubayeva against Alexandra Garyachkina, and Divya Deshmukh playing her countrymate Vaishali.
So you're telling me everybody's tied for last?
Or first, depends how you look at it.
Half full, glass half full, or glass half empty. We do have some moves from Fabi. In fact, quite a number of moves, because as you were mentioning, you want to leave some time on your clock. You don't want to just play increments. And guess what? Now, if I'm Hikaru, get on your running shoes. You're likely losing, so why not just run for the hills? King d6, king c5. Forget about the king side.
If there was no engine here, looking at this, I would say Hikaru still has a pretty decent chance of saving this, because just coming from practice, we've seen similar endgames. Yes, it's +2, +3, but there'll be a critical moment And if white misses that one chance,
something goes wrong. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we know what Hikaru is at least trying to do. He's trying to gallop his king. He's basically saying, if I keep my king on f8, I'm going to be harassed by a checkmating pattern all the time.
Even if he doesn't go all the way to b4, as long as he's not sitting on f8, it's an improvement for him.
Absolutely. And he's saying, okay, my weakness is g7, my weakness is b6, and
weakness is d4.
and d4. So I've got my real weakness, strangely enough, is my king. My king can be checkmated if it was sitting on the f8 square. If it's sitting on the, you could play queen b5, my king would go to c3. Huh, this is interesting. So let's suggest.
He's heading towards that way. King b6 was played.
Yep.
So let's say I let you do what you want to do. Bishop f3. I'm just repeating or waiting for you.
I'm there.
I'm going to checkmate you. Queen d5.
Okay. I'm there.
Okay. Where is the mate? King f1.
Is that checkmate?
I think so.
My joy.
Apparently not. It's already a draw.
But can't you play bishop d1? What's going on?
Bishop d1.
Bishop to d1.
And I'm checking d3.
And checking.
Queen f3
is mate. So
that's the way to set it up. Bishop on d1.
Bishop on d1.
I mean, I don't see how you stop mate here.
You're right. That's the nice move. I think Prague is about to win. So we're just going to jump to that game.
He's made a lot of progress, and
actually
Anish is
he's
down
played
to 5 minutes.
That whole line that you were recommending with King f5, and I'm assuming after rook takes c4, h7, rook to h4, King g6 is where we shake hands and say, well done.
Well, one thing that Anish can try is King c7 and b5, but we all know the trick. You wait till the pawn goes far enough from the pawn that from the king that he can attack and then catch it. So
exactly.
Elementary rook endgame, rook versus pawn endgame.
This is the one that we're mentioning.
Actually, rook h6 wins. We don't even need to do it,
but in any case,
even if you had to, yes, it's still winning.
The idea, what Nazi was saying, is that the king is separated from the pawn. And if you allow white to just bring the king all the way back, that's it. So at a certain moment, you play the move b4, but now the king can no longer protect the pawn.
The king is separated by more than 2 squares. It can defend the pawn, and that's it.
And that's how you win the game. So
we might see resignation before we see that position.
King f5 is the last move on the board.
Prague played from start to finish very confidently. There's some, Maurice mentioned rook on e4 wasn't ideal earlier when there were minor pieces in the end game, but he still managed. He took that pawn on h7. His knight looked kind of trapped, but he played it pretty perfectly.
He did. I would have to say a smooth game, in fact.
Yeah, this will be a huge win against Anish, who is also a veteran at the candidates. His fourth
how many
time, I think, at least third.
Exactly. I had made some notes for myself as to how many. Yes, this is his third time. For Hikaru, his fourth. For Fabi, is actually the veteran of the tournament. 6th edition of the candidates. He had this nice quote in an article by Mike Klein. He said that he's 1 for 5, but he's trying to improve his percentages by making it 2 out of 6.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
I don't know if we should stay here or jump back, because I just see a question mark bubble next to Fabiano's move.
Last move was bishop. Oh, because you were trying to go checkmate.
Bishop needed to go to d1.
Yes, you needed to go to d1. So now...
So you don't have those mating ideas anymore.
King can happily march to b4.
Hikaru should try that. King c5, let's see. So we go,
So
you give me a
one
check,
more.
I move forward. Queen b5, king c3. It still seems like there should be a mate in that here. right?
Right,
Queen
you want to
B1,
go
king
king
F1, something.
E1, king E2, and somehow set up a checkmate.
Maybe
But
it's a bit too
I was
slow.
very, very impressed by the bishop D1 a moment ago. I mean, you still think that this should be winning, no?
That's insane. The engine says it's equal.
Yeah, wow. If we get to this position, it's equal.
It's equal after king C2? What?
King C2?
Oh, it stops queen B1. Your queen can't come closer.
Wow.
This would be an insane saves, one of the most epic ever.
You said it, Maurice. You said if there's one guy who is so tenacious, it's Hikaru. Hikaru finds some crazy ways
You know how
of making his opponent miss.
we all picked Fabi? When
Yes.
this game, if this game ends in a draw,
No, VAR said, look, I'm staying with my pick. And we're all jealous.
but it's just that if this ends in a draw, it surely feels like Fabi lost and Hikaru won.
Oh, gosh,
because,
yes. Oh, gosh,
How
yes.
can this not be 1-0?
Well, I mean, as Maurice was saying when in his conversation with Ben, players who win round one are oftentimes the winner of the tournament. And if you said Fabi was to win game one, but he would fail to win this, you would go, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
at failure.
I mean, if the game was just ended in a draw 30 moves earlier when position was equal, no one would say anything.
Thinking,
But
yeah.
no, Fabi has been winning for the last 2 hours.
So let's just see what's going on
So you
here.
have to play queen b1. You can't allow king c2.
What is going on here? Why is this so
So white still wants to go probably bishop f3, bishop d1.
correct?
There's
So-
no perpetuals with bishop takes g3. I'm guessing it just doesn't work. Shouldn't work.
No, let's
Just
assume
first of
that,
all, queen e1 for now, right?
yeah, let's assume that bishop takes g3, queen e1 is a dead end. So
So black has to wait. Maybe queen f... No, I can't. Queen c5.
queen c5, fair. Queen c5, can I now go for my big setup?
Queen b4.
Okay, pause,
Maybe
pause,
queen
pause.
a3 was better. Clearly, I blundered something. Oh, bishop is hanging on e5.
Bad
Very
girl.
bad.
Yeah. Oops. So, but that also explains how queen a3 doesn't do you any good either. Queen e1 check.
No, I can see why Fabiano still thinks this is totally winning, even with bishop e4, because black has so many problems still.
And I am threatening that checkmates. Okay, so
Yeah, it looks like the king does not escape. That queen b1 move was excellent. And
Yeah,
king f1 wasn't, but it's still a shocker that king c2 equalizes. Which
Well,
the
yeah,
king
for those
boldly
of you who are
controlling
joining
the
us-
b1 square.
it's thank you, Maurice. Yeah, for the reminder. For those joining us late, king f1 looks pretty righteous. I mean, you could play king e2 and set up some mates until you get your world rocked after
Can
king
forget
c2.
about it. But it also feels like I can still play king e1, bishop f3, and maybe still checkmate you. So
Right, but then suddenly
maybe
your
bishop g3
queen.
now actually works.
Well, your queen is getting trapped.
That too.
So I get to go queen b4 check. And it's like,
Yeah. Can allow king c2.
no, that's remarkable. So there is a
But guess what?
large dollop of poison in the
Hikaru
position.
went back to e7. He doesn't want to walk into
Ooh.
any checkmates.
Okay, that's a big. We can't call it a miss because we know that king b4 was a dead end, but it felt like that was the only way to play, regardless. King e7, by the way, that move was not a surprise to Fabi because he very quickly, surprisingly quickly, actually played the move bishop g6.
So what if Hikaru is just playing to go king b6, king e7, back and forth?
All right, let's ask the question.
How is white going to finish this game?
Let's answer that question. Okay, funnily enough, is your bishop, no, your bishop is not, it's weird.
Trapped, right?
If I go f4, bishop f6, and I go g4, g5 with your bishop on f6, I get to go queen d5. Maurice, jump in.
I just want to point out the other game is moving ahead with a little bit of pace. We want to keep track because it may end soon. Although I think there's still going to be some moves played. After king to f5, we saw that king e7, trying to bring the king to help. It's a hopeless situation anyway. Rook to b6 played, saying, you finally moved your king where I wanted you to move, and now give me that pawn. And after rook takes, he has to play the move h7. And this pawn, major problem. And Giri sitting on this position. If he does decide to stop the pawn, then rook takes on b7 with check. And when your king marches up this way, now this king can go, well, gain a tempo with this move. Apparently is a good idea, but I think king g6 would do the do. But it turns out that we're not seeing any of this because after h7, his opponent did resign. Black has lost, so Praggnanandhaa, the second winner of the round, Giri going down in round one with the black pieces, and we have a tie atop the leaderboard with the two youngest players in the competition winning their games. Javokhir, Sindarov, and Praggnanandhaa both winning their games. Pretty remarkable result for the youngsters, and they're currently tied for first, waiting for Fabi to see if he can join them.
Two 20-year-olds with a lead.
Remarkable. And as we were looking at the pie charts, the predictions that was made statistically, we said, wait a minute, Prague is the sixth favorite? We couldn't believe that.
I remember Sindarov.
Look, I saw...
Sindarov was third.
No, Prague was 10%.
Yes, but look at Sindarov. He's
That
third.
was acceptable. But I was really surprised that, I mean, Ben himself said, you know, like that, like something's wrong with this algorithm.
6 months or so, Prague just didn't have good results.
Right.
But if he's in form, he's Prague.
Well, you know what Ben said? This program's stupid. Oh, wait, I created it.
Esipenko at 2.5% will plummet even further. His chances not being great. And obviously, Javokhir is going to jump up.
Obviously.
And probably surpass Hikaru based on those numbers because they were pretty close.
Right.
Well, if Hikaru loses.
And I think even if Hikaru draws, he's got to pass him. The guy won the game, and he's only like 2 percentage points behind him.
Exactly.
If we take a look at those stats again, a win's got to mean a lot. And it's Ben himself who told us that you got to be tied for first after round one. I mean, their difference is only 1.5%. So a draw by Hikaru and a win for Sindarov is going to put Sindarov at number 2 at least.
Right.
I would think on this chart, and I think Prague will also join him pretty quickly, as soon as Ben slaps around his program and says, "Wake up! Come on now! You're making me look bad."
Nice. Looking now again at the game of Fabi and Hikaru, if I'm Fabi's position, I'm really happy that the Black King has decided to remain passively, on e7. On b4, it was sort of like I was getting myself nervous that.
Yes, you have to calculate more.
Right. And if I'm in white shoes, I would really like to put the king backwards even further on f8.
Where it was earlier.
Yeah, so I find myself personally drawn to the checks. Check, check.
Guess what? Yesterday this happened.
And bishop
exactly
f5.
These moves are on the board.
Oh, seriously? Oh,
this is the live.
I thought I was... No, honestly, I didn't even realize that they had made the moves, but I thought that this was the right way of playing. Honestly.
I believe you. Now, Hikaru's king has to go back to f8 if he wants to move it, or start moving the queen d6 maybe. But yeah, the king will end up on the 8th rank again.
Which is kind of where I wanted it to go. Then I do really love this idea. Okay, let's say we put the king back on f8. I really do love this idea of king g2, f4, and bishop e4. Finally utilizing my majority. Yeah?
Yeah, it will be time to do that. And they both are down to 9 minutes now. So I think what Fabi's doing by keep position the same, make Hikaru use his time, and when he's down to 3 minutes, then go F4 and let him figure out how to get out of that.
No, I don't like that plan.
No?
You don't like the plan?
I don't like that plan at all. Hikaru, with a 30-second increment, this guy is too good. Time pressure is not going to be a factor with Hikaru. He's just too good. I think Fabi has to find a clear plan. He himself must not get in time pressure. You know, he does a lot of things great, but Magnus himself said, you know, when Fabi gets a little bit on the under on the clock, he doesn't play as well. And I heard that as a quote very recently, and we've seen it. Fabi wants to be the one that says, I'm dominating you, I'm controlling the whole narrative here, and let me show you how it's done. And he's like a machine, he's precise, he's just one of the best in the world, top 3, for a reason. But that is one of the things you're not a fan of. He does not like being the one in time pressure or even trying to exploit his opponent's time pressure. He's more by the book, clinical, calculating, remaining cool without having that time as a factor. And don't forget, Fabi's very last game in these here candidates, the very last time he played was 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. That was Toronto. You know what happened?
He was +5.
He was +5. He was bigger than the advantage he has right now. He was destroying Nepo. And what happened in that game? He allowed a sneaky exchange sack, and somehow, some way, from a dead lost position, Nepo made a draw. Fabi had the white pieces against one of the favorites. A win there would have given him the tie breaks to play. I should say he would have had the chance to play Gukesh in the tie break, and he was +5 and counting, and in time pressure did not get it done. That is his last memory of these candidates. He cannot let that happen here. That just is unacceptable.
Yeah, that's a bad memory.
Of course.
Thanks for reminding us all of your memories.
Just a messenger. Don't shoot me.
You're just a sweetheart. Yeah, I mean, that was painful as we were
doing commentary live.
Yeah, we were really thinking tie breaks and how do the tie breaks work, and my goodness.
But also, I don't think that was mostly because of the time trouble. It was the nerves. He knew he was this close.
I think nerves
to win it.
Yeah, I think
it was the last round. By the way, did Hikaru just blunder?
He's played the move Bishop E5, which was a surprise. I thought in this moment he was, as my arrow indicates, I was anticipating the king stepping back to F8. He's played the move Bishop E5, encouraging the move F4, which is kind of strange because it's something I actually want to play.
Yes, sir. Andrey is saying +10 all of a sudden, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Why it went to from +5 to +10?
From +3 to +10 all of a sudden.
Oh my gosh. Well, it has to be F4 related, right?
Maybe we start with a check on E6.
Okay, I still go back.
King F8.
Oh.
Bishop G6.
My bishop is hanging.
Yeah, this will be a mate. Because
no.
It's just
remember, remember last time I had Queen E8 or Queen D8 with the bishop on E5. Okay.
That's why it's a huge blunder. You have to go King D8 here to not get mated. But
don't I have still
F4?
the same thing?
Oh, this is beautiful. F4, Bishop F6, and actually, what is Black's next move?
Black is in Zugzwang. Just make any king move.
What exactly? No pawn moves possible. No bishop move possible because you get Queen G8 if you move your bishop to E7, and that's the end. And your bishop has no other moves. And how does your queen stay connected? Queen B7 is met by the very compelling Queen D6. So what is Queen B8 though? I'm looking at the one other move. Because that's bishop, that's a nice mate. So Queen B8 would be, and he's played F4, which is as good, we think, as Queen E6 first.
But it's not, because after Bishop F6, Hikaru can go back to Queen D8 defense.
Oh no,
right.
You gotta be kidding.
So Queen E6 immediately forces King D8, and then we can play F4. And now, by including F4 first,
can go King F8 again now.
Exactly. Queen e6 check allows king, well, forces king f8. King g2.
F8. Same defense as Hikaru's been doing.
Yes.
Wow, he missed a golden opportunity.
But that was really, that was nothing to calculate, actually. That was just zugzwang. You
kind of speechless.
Yeah, wow, those were the most obvious moves. Queen e6 is check.
Why not?
Check followed by f4 followed by zugzwang. That's inexplicable.
He has to win it all over again.
Are we seeing shades of Toronto?
Yeah. Don't go there. It's early, but yeah, that was very peculiar. I mean,
as much as we might have picked him to win, the nerves matter, and fatigue matters, and the tenacity of his opponent matters. And sometimes you start just playing on general principles, especially with a long game like this one. And I got to play f4 eventually. Why not play it now? Mm-hmm. And you stop calculating ferociously on every single move. And we saw it here. Hikaru actually, that's one of his great strengths, his tenacity in defense. But even he made a mistake and put his bishop on e5. So we're seeing exchange of mistakes by the players as they get tired, as the game now enters into what is his 6th hour.
Right.
He's still winning. He still has a big advantage, we should say. But boy, what a clean win he missed.
Yeah, usually you never get those opportunities to have such a clean win as we just saw. Now, as we've been saying, he's going to have to win it all over again, and 8 minutes to 7 minutes, more or less.
It's easier and easier to allow some inaccuracies when you're a long time. So how is it still completely winning? Bishop g6?
Well, again, sorry to be repetitive, bishop e4, king f3, g4 would be my setup. Okay, that's what I
go
want.
Bishop d8 there, and
bishop to
I
d8.
improve my defense as well.
Okay, so why does that necessarily improve your defense?
Because I'll have bishop c7, and I won't let you play g4.
So you're going to go bishop b8 as well?
Queen d8.
Queen d8. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So it's the
Queen d6 back.
Yeah, the crazy part is that you achieve things, and I achieved things, and
this is very, very slow progress.
Very slow.
Yeah.
Very, very, very slow. But I'm still aspiring to go queen to h7, bishop to d. Okay, what can we do? How could we do it? Probably do it in some weird fashion. Like, forgive me for...
Queen f6.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now finally,
Yeah, that took like 8 moves.
It did. It did. It's crazy. But crazily enough, I still have made progress. Yes. I mean, even after all of this. Let me just relive the live position.
Of moves. The black queen is on e7.
The king did move to f3.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the current position. I think the engine now suggests that Fabiano should trade the queens and go to the bishop endgame. So go queen c8 and on queen d8 just take.
Yeah, that was my question.
It's a very risky move.
Well,
are you winning a pawn for sure?
Well, risky is a strange way of
risky in the sense that
it's the Stolberg variation. I can never lose. I'm 2 pawns up. Yes. Yeah.
Risky in the sense that if this endgame is not winning.
But yeah, you're saying if black could play miraculously the move bishop c5, you'd be crying.
Right.
That maybe you're no longer winning. Maybe you still are. Maybe there is a zugzwang. But I can understand what Fabi is thinking, that could be just easily winning. And so after the move king f3,
queen e7 played.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Queen e7 is on the board.
So
queen c8 is on the board.
It's not on the board now. Fabi hasn't given the check yet.
Oh, I apologize. Let me just, I just do this to make sure I'm, so we're expecting.
Any kind of check and then take, a d8 or e8. Well, actually, you can win a tempo if you go queen d8, right? You could start with king e4.
I apologize. What do I need to do?
The check?
On c8.
Yes. And if you go queen d8,
yes,
could win a tempo start with king e4, I thought.
Immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's more or less the same position.
It's probably the same. Not actually winning a tempo. Because you take on c8.
You pronounce it so. I win a tempo with the amazing king e4.
I was confident, but very wrong.
So the key here, right, is you win a pawn.
Yes.
But most importantly, you win the c7 square. Right? Like that's the key. That you if you keep your bishop, and by the way, I would have traded queens and played king up and then bishop f6 so I can play king d5 right away, and I think that would have been the tempo gainer. By the way, a different kind of position is transpiring with a trade of queens on e4. But my point was that if you can play king c6 and then king takes, you win. So let's just play this line. Queen check, queen back, trade queens, king e4.
Sorry, yes?
I could do it on my board. Let me do it on my board. So in this position on my board here, as we pull that up,
we have a very different change.
Yeah, now the game has changed, and I want to get to that very quickly, but I want to point out this line. It was king f3, queen e7. This variation here takes, king here, bishop guards, king here, and king up, and now we get this position. And now you're going to lose your b pawn, but this bishop would somehow like to be guarding this c7 square. So this c7 square is problematic. Because if I take the pawn, I don't even know what move to make. If I take this pawn, and now I'm playing c5, c6, c7. How do you guard the c7 square? Mm-hmm. I guess you could try that, but then this move. So you can't get the move. And if, let's say I gave you the chance to get the square this way, you're also losing this pawn. So it's complete crash and burn because of that c7 square. So that would have been a win. That would have been a win. Instead, we have a different position. We have queen takes queen on the board. And now he played pawn takes. And this structure is very different because you're going to get an e5 and isolate this pawn, but the bishop will get to c5. So we have a brand new structure we could not have supposed would happen, but it looks like white is still for choice here by a lot because of those 42.
Choice, no question. But is it stone cold winning? I think it is, actually, because after the move g4, you're going to play bishop to d3, blockade, king e4, and it's 4 versus 2, and that majority, you're going to get
should be a very easy way.
Yeah, you're going to get two.
If there were no other pawns, then black has a way to save it, maybe.
But
here,
with a pawn and c4 pawn. No.
Yeah, and you can lose the d4 pawn and b6 pawn. Yeah, this should be a very easy win.
Many times when you have 4 versus 2 with opposite color bishops, the defender can sacrifice his bishop. Sometimes get an H pawn, the wrong H pawn.
Have an A pawn.
But not when you have A4 and A5 on the board. So I think
if you take the queenside pawns away, A4, A5, it's already unclear. But C4, B6, that's a draw, right? Should be a draw if you take those 4 pawns out.
Right, but if you leave any of the pair of pawns, A pawns or B6 and C4 pawns, it's an easy win. And I think it's simply an yes. So I think it is, in fact, an easy win. Bishop E7 on the board. We are expecting E5.
Play, bishop before and put the bishop on D2 to kind of stop the, not stop, be in the way of the, like try to force white to move the pawns on white squares only.
Yeah,
so you can blockade. But it's just, it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, there's just no, if I'm white, I'm actually thinking king E4, king F5.
So if I start with bishop E1, provoke G4.
You got it.
Then I go bishop D2, king e4, and I play king somewhere, king e7.
Okay.
They are following our line, by the way. You just go king f5.
Yeah,
and then you play g5. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's just show if you push the pawn to f5, is that still winning instead of king f5, or is it just a draw now?
Now I'm getting a little bit scared.
Still winning.
Well, first of all, the d pawn is hanging, right? So let's just, and I guess
king d5, yeah,
it's
still
this
winning.
way.
Even though Fabi would not play this.
No, he wouldn't play f5, but I think it is winning as well. Yeah. Okay, let me just refresh my board. He has played e5.
Bishop is on e1 and
g4.
g4 pushed quickly. 6.5 minutes for Fabi, 5 minutes for Hikaru. White moves are easy to play.
Yeah. And as we keep a close eye on this game, we spoke with Pragg after his win. Let's hear his thoughts.
Pragg, congratulations on your victory. What feels actually more difficult, to win a game in the candidates or to win it especially against Anish Giri?
I don't know why especially against Anish, but
very solid player.
I'll take a win. I mean, against anyone, it's good. So.
Yeah. How do you feel about the start?
Yeah, it can't be. I mean, first round can't go any better. So I'm happy with the game, but it's just the first game. Yeah, so there are 13 more games, so I still have to focus.
Nazi Paikidze, our commentator in St. Louis Chess Club, actually paid attention to this tweet where you showed that one day you like chess, the other day you don't like chess. So is it the day when you really like chess, and how it can be influenced?
Yeah, when you win, you like chess. So I don't think it's a big thing. Like,
so today's a good day.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, and all the best of luck for you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Congratulations, Pragg. For those of you joining us late, it was one of those f4, f5 gambit
I'm surprised
lines.
Anish with this opening for sure, but it's not an opening for white that you should be afraid of.
No, in fact, the engine doesn't
like
believe in these Grand Prix attacks. But what happened in the game was that Anish very quickly returned the pawn, and the result was that later, much later in the game, the split pawns became a factor. Pragg ended up exploiting the pawn structure.
In the end game.
In the end game.
Yes. I have black castle long here, but yeah, the end game, Pragg played
and won the game
really well.
We are seeing one of the most violent rounds in candidates' history, as we're expecting that three.
If round one had ever had 3 decisive games in the opposition.
Yeah, that's.
We'll check that and
we will
know
check.
the answer tomorrow. Yeah.
But we do have the expectation, at least, that Fabi is going to win his game against Hikaru. We've just seen the move bishop g3. Again, my approach would be to play king f5 and g5.
I was going to go g5 right away, but.
Or even g5 right away. f4, f5, and again, Fabi is saying, look, I'm also ready to snare this pawn. King takes d4, 2 pawns to the good. Follow it up with king d5.
I mean, we know that having an extra pawn in an opposite color bishop endgame is often not enough. Even having 2, and sometimes in rare situations, even 3 pawns is not enough.
Exactly. The immediate g5, however, didn't this have a drawback of king e6?
Thought my...
You think the pawn on... No, the pawn on h7 because you got h8 covered. But I like your idea. I just like including king f5 first, so that when you do play g5 and recapture with the pawn,
no chances.
No chance at all.
There's a winning line in that winning plan, actually, for white, which may be a little bit surprising in the previous move that you mentioned, this idea of the g5. g5 takes, right? g5 takes, and king e6 can be met by c5.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And then say, leave. Your pawns are completely anemic now.
Yes.
And you're just busted. You can even just play h6. You have to take this. Your king is now relegated to the hinterlands. And You know, even if I played h7 here, it would be completely winning. This kind of position is just going to be busted because you're frozen. You can have this pawn if you want, but thank you for your bishop, and thanks for joining the party. But this one is also busted. So there are just many different ways to skin the cat here, but I'm a little bit...
skin the cat.
I don't know. I mean, it is a... Well, he just played king... Ooh, he just played a move that should lose on the spot after g5, actually.
Right now, g5.
Yeah, breaking up the team. g5 is rough.
And is it like a pawn breakthrough?
Yep.
Sure looks like it, but it's not... it looks like you have to wait for a second. I'm not sure this is as easy as Fabi would want it, but you have the problem of f6, of h6 at any point, particularly the move f6. You're just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. You're losing either the queen side, you're losing on the king side, you're losing every which way. I don't know that Fabi will play this, and now we're in that realm of the time situation where the clock's ticking down. Fabi's kept a lead. He's going under 5 minutes. Hikaru at 3:47. We should pay attention to the time, even though the position is completely winning for Fabi. But strange things happen, and maybe I shouldn't even mention it. I'm not even going to say it out loud. Let me just... I never said anything about the clock.
We won't tell on you, Maurice. I'm a little curious. Why isn't the breakthrough g5?
Takes on f6 right away.
H takes.
There's some tactics.
Take on f6. What am I missing?
Take. It should be winning, right?
h6?
King e6.
King e6. I saw it immediately.
But if you start with king f5, it's still winning. No. This is all good.
Takes.
f6.
f6.
And then king f5.
Takes. Now king f5. So I don't allow... Oh, first of all, let's show to the audience what I have missed, which was that after h6, I'm ready to... But king e6 is a real shocker.
Or maybe
because
even lose now. Bishop takes e5.
Whoop, and bishop...
You can start with bishop e5, not give me the d4 pawn.
Even bishop takes e5.
Now black is winning.
And I make a queen, but look at this. Oh, what a cold shower that would be. However, you were about to say that what we can do is not play the move h6, but delay that
this
for a
is
tempo.
what Fabi's calculating. He's going down on the clock 3.5 minutes because he's calculating exactly this line.
Yeah, and that's a win. The other thing, it's my greatest weakness as a chess player. Yeah, if I take the pawn, is that?
Of course. Well,
I mean, I do appreciate.
F4 and G5.
Yeah,
you won't have the same breakthrough, but it's still winning.
Doesn't it feel like it? Like this should also be pretty darn simple. So king takes d4, g5, and finally, maybe even more intuitively obvious is to play king.
Fabi's at 250.
Uh-oh.
And must be calculating a very specific line. King d4 is an auto move. He must be looking at g5 to confirm that he is indeed winning in that position. But he's down now to crisis time, 2:30 and counting, in a position we're saying, come on, bro, make a move. And very soon, all his seconds are thinking, make a move!
Bro, make a move.
Just do something. We don't care what you do. Make a move right now because it's all good. Although king takes on d4 is probably the most tenacious for black if you take on d4. But his time is now under 2 minutes. He's under 2 minutes.
Well, if he calculates g5, f6, king f5, he's not going to need any time. It's game over.
Right. He'll just be able to play that a la tempo. But, yeah, I must say for myself, I'm looking at king d5 and just, like f6 and just claiming that's it.
But if he was planning to do that, he wouldn't be thinking here for 3 minutes.
No.
He would have just blitzed that out.
Agreed.
Under 130.
Oof, getting nervous. So the live position is.
Excuse me. Let me just double check the live position. King is on d7. Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying he's gonna push g5. That's why he's taking all his time now.
Yeah, g5 a complete winning. And you would follow up after hg with king d5, or you would follow it up with f6 and king f5.
He goes king d5 without g5.
Right. I love the move king d5 because you are threatening the pawn breakthrough now.
Bishop h4 is kind of forced.
Bishop h4 is forced, yeah.
But then king d5 was a loss of a tempo.
Seems that way, yeah.
King d5 means he wasn't satisfied with his calculation.
Yep.
And now he decided not to take any chances. And of course, Hikaru finds this move, bishop to h4, which is certainly losing. But Fabi, the second opportunity to just completely seal the deal, and he's starting to make us wonder a little bit. What's going on? Of course, he can win the d pawn, but he could have done that on the last move.
Yeah, I'm still a pawn grubber here. King takes. Could he be calculating c4, c5 for whatever reasons? I mean,
but that move's not going anywhere.
It really isn't, and that's why I
45 seconds.
Quite.
What?
Oh no.
F6.
Is this winning?
F6. Well, there's no choice.
Huge
the engine hates this move.
There's no choice. E6 check, king.
He has blown it.
King c7 is the only move that draws here. I mean, it's
king
not easy to see that
c7
or understand it.
He is probably calculating. This is what he's calculated.
White wins.
He's calculated king to c7.
Critical moment for Hikaru. If he finds king c7, he saves the game.
Hikaru was finding king c7.
There's no question. Because
Hikaru was finding king c7. There is not a maybe. He's going to realize he has to play it.
So bishop to d5, threatening e7? Bishop f5. What am I saying? Sorry.
D3? You have to take, and then I go king d8, and then I can defend the pawn with the bishop. He didn't. He played king e7.
King e7 on the board. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Time trouble. It's making fools of even the best players in the world.
But Hikaru had 4 minutes.
Unbelievable. We're seeing one of the most shocking seesaw games between two of the elite players on the planet. Unbelievable.
Mutual blunders.
That move d3, by the way. I would have taken that pawn like 20 minutes ago. But now
it's white is winning.
Now it's clear sailing, right? King takes b6, c5, and as Maurice was saying, there's no way you can set up a blockade on c. But king c7 would have drawn
the game.
I'm sure they both saw bishop f5.
We saw those discoveries. There's so many discovery tactics we saw today. It was the day of discoveries. That the idea that the bishop would uncover an attack on the e7's point with that bishop d8 idea. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow. I'm just kind of...
Hikaru gave it a chance to save the game on move 80. Can you imagine?
Well, that goes to show where, your training, your physical endurance is vital as well, because you're reaching the point where you're just incredibly tired, right? You're exhausted. So, okay, just a second. We've got king c6.
Now it seems straightforward because white takes both pawns and just pushes the c pawn.
Takes both pawns.
I mean the a5 pawn.
The last great act of defiance.
c5. Bishop somewhere, anywhere. I'm taking that.
Yes, you are.
And c6, yeah. Wow, what was that? That 30-second window.
Wow. And it's that window that you just said, it's Hikaru climbs through. It's really a stunner that he didn't find what was absolutely a forced reaction.
I'm going to say Hikaru in form, Hikaru playing chess regularly.
Yeah.
I think, it's easy to second guess that in his terms. Hikaru has played some moves this game where you say, it's not quite Hikaru we're used to seeing, but he hasn't played too much over the last 10 months. And I'm simply in absolute shock that this amazing defender, with time on his clock, his instincts were also poor. With time on his clock, he should have, on the previous move, not this move, on the previous move, calculated the ramifications of King E7, King C6, because you have no chance here. He must have just judged very quickly at that. I mean, Fabi's going to play King C6 automatically. So after E6 check, you have to just double check. Can I play King C7? What happens there? And his calculations and his instincts betrayed him.
Yeah, rustiness, form, you were saying it all. Just getting word that actually in 2018, in that candidates tournament, they did have 3 decisive games to start the event with a bang. Thank
But
you,
it's rare. It's
our
definitely
production,
rare.
for reminding us of that. That's so. Just having 1 win per round is pretty good for us.
And exciting for
3 is remarkable for
well,
those.
we almost had 2 if Hikaru played King C7.
And we do have some more moves, and this time Bishop E1.
Just push the C pawn. I don't see how Black keeps the bishop alive. You have to sack that bishop, right?
Yeah, I mean.
C6,
ooh.
and that's it. And yes, good thing that Fabi has the A pawn
Right.
for that white squared bishop.
Yep.
Wow,
Easy now. But for those joining us late, an extraordinary moment in chess, completely winning position. Fabi could play G5, he can play king takes D4, everything's overwhelming. Instead, he throws out this move and gives Hikaru a small window to save the game with the move King C7. Hikaru didn't see it. They both missed it. Mutual blindness. King E7 was played, and now it's easy sailing for Fabi. Wow. When I do this, my opponents immediately see the opportunity. And it's like
we said, in order to win this event, you have to get lucky at least once, maybe even twice. And here Fabi got that luck right now.
Yeah.
On move 80.
Of course, luck comes in and he has won. He has won, and we do have 3 wins in round 1. Wow. I'm still talk about backing your way across the finish line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, Fabi. Maybe
at the end of the day, result is what matters in the candidates, and he got the job done. He won.
But
let's take a look at all the results from round 1.
Let's start with the men.
As we said, it was 3 wins for the white pieces. Fabiano Caruana defeated Hikaru. Praggnanandhaa took down Anish, Giri, and Javokhir Sindarov beat Andrey, Esipenko. And it was a draw between Wei Yi and Matthias Blübaum. Hikaru has 0 points. We'll fix that.
Exactly. This is tomorrow.
Pairings for tomorrow. 2 players with 0 points. Andrey, Esipenko, and Hikaru Nakamura facing each other. Anish, Giri, after a tough loss, facing Fabiano Caruana, who is currently co-leading. Wei Yi playing Praggnanandhaa, another co-leader. And Javokhir Sindarov, the youngest co-leader, against Matthias Blübaum, who has half a point, yes.
Yeah, but a nice victory for Javokhir. He said he was fortunate. And the ladies?
We have the current standings for the ladies as well.
Everybody's tied for last.
I'm going to be more positive about it.
Yeah, okay. I like your spin a lot better. And tomorrow's pairings for the women.
Have a look. It's Anna Muzychuk with the white pieces against Han Zhongyi. Katarina Lachno against Zhu Jiner. Bibisara Assaubayeva facing Alexandra Garyachkina. And Divya against Vaishali.
how will they get out of the cellar? And our schedule.
Our schedule tomorrow
Yes.
we'll have round two.
Expecting a schedule.
Are you excited for the rest day already?
Looking forward to Thursday.
Yeah,
It was a
with
speed
day
race.
two we'll start at the same time. Yes, sir. Round one. Did you expect such an exciting day?
No, I'm still, forgive me, I'm still a little bit shocked by the finish. I'm not surprised that Fabi won. He did have this winning position for quite a long while, but how he got there was a real stunner. Yeah, 3 wins in the men's section. That was really a big surprise because the games looked like they were heading towards a draw. And I thought the women were going to have all decisive games for a moment.
4 draws in women's are more surprising.
And that was actually, Maurice, that was quite the bang to start the candidates.
Yes, absolutely. It was that kind of day. We actually saw, to me, it's a day of missed opportunities. We saw in the women's section, 3 of the games that ended in draws should have been decisive. There were missed opportunities in 3 separate games, the most shocking one being the one with Goryachkina not just sealing the deal in 2 moves against her countrywoman, Katerina Lagno. So we could have had 6 decisive games, imagine that, on the day. But those were 3 missed opportunities. And then you saw 2 games that the winners will say a little bit, I'm not so pleased by how I played. I need to get myself in that kind of good form. In Javokhir Sindarov's game, he was not necessarily supposed to win that game against Esipenko. He managed to pull it off when his opponent backed down from playing this Bishop D2 idea. And then Fabi's game, he was winning all the way. You might say, well, a win is a win, but form matters. Prague is the only one who will stare at this game and say, yeah, did what I had to do. It's early days. So we did see 3 victories, but different ways to get there. Harrowing for whoever is trying to predict a winner in this tournament. But round 1 in the books, an exciting start to these candidates.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice, for sure. Surprising, but hey, you got to stay with us for Today in Chess, our candidates edition, as we wrap up day 1.
Great show today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And join us again tomorrow at the same time for round 2.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.